Hey, good evening. I'm going to call this City Council regular meeting of March 10th, 2026 to order. Welcome to all of you who are present this evening and those of you who are joining us online. If you would, please stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance led by Mayor Pro Tem Mike McPhee.
If it is your custom to bow, please join us in prayer. Father God, during this Lenten season, we ask for your grace to see your presence in those we serve. As we meet, help us to lay aside selfishness and pride, replacing them with patience, humility, and faith. May our work today contribute to the good of our community. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next on the agenda is a presentation of a time capsule by the Historic Beaufort Foundation and the Lafayette Bicentennial Planning Committee to commemorate Beaufort's celebration of the visit of the Marquis de Lafayette on March 18th, 1825.
Good evening. Whoops. All right, here we go. Good evening. My name is Lisa Sunderla, and I'm the Director of Historic Beaufort Foundation. And I am delighted to be here tonight with members of our Bicentennial Lafayette Planning Committee. As you know, we had more than 64 community partners and individuals who were engaged in the planning process for last March's bicentennial celebration, which brought some 3,000 to 5,000 people to our community in the downtown, and was such a tremendous tribute to a man whose beliefs were centered on liberty and justice for all. And I think we taught that lesson also through our schools. The Beaufort County school system bussed in over 500 fifth graders to be a part of the event that day. And this would not have been possible without our partnership with the City of Beaufort. And so we are extremely grateful for that. And we also appreciate in April, following that celebration, that the mayoral proclamation was passed, which was naming March 18th, 2025 as Forever Lafayette Bicentennial Day in the City of Beaufort. And I think that's something that we need to be proud of and to continue that legacy and to carry that forward. So tonight, that is why we are here. We are here to present a time capsule that contains elements, keepsakes from that event, photography from that event, newspapers from that event, medals and medallions from many of our partners, the Thomas Hayward chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, the Governor Paul Hamilton, Sons of the American Revolution, the Beaufort History Museum here with us today, the Beaufort County Library here with us today, Stella with us today representing Elevate Art and the artists that she engaged and involved as a part of that effort was so tremendous. And it just showed what our community coming together can do. So without further ado, what I would love to do is have council come downstairs and we can hold up and get a photograph, commemorative photograph together with our time capsule, just so that everyone knows. The time capsule is actually in the form of an archival box, which will be permanently kept at the Beaufort District Collection at our at the Beaufort County Library. And we're hoping that in 50 years or 100 years or more, that we'll still be kicking. Right? I'm looking at my, and we'll be there. But we'll have our descendants there who can absolutely open it up and look back on what happened at that time frame and what the citizens of Beaufort did. And we're honored and proud to be there for it. We are keeping the box open until the end of the month. So if there's more memorabilia in the community, we definitely want to include it. So we'll come up and join.
Okay, next on the agenda is public comment period. This is limited to agenda items only, and we have quite a few people who've signed up. So I'm gonna call them by name. Please come to the podium. You have 5 minutes to speak, and please give us your name and your address. First on the list is Paul Trask.
Paul Trask, 610 Bladen Street. You've got a big agenda tonight. I'll try to be as brief as I can.
You have 5 minutes.
First item I would like to speak to is the consideration for the noise ordinance. My recommendation is that you change the definition of the nighttime music district to exclude the parking lot in the marina area. It really should stop at Charles Street and go no further. Also, as they say, nothing good happens after midnight. I see no need to extend the hours to 1 a.m. Matter of fact, another recommendation would be for music to come indoors after 10 or possibly 11 p.m. Now, if you wanted to use the parking lot, you can always make a waiver, as you're doing in another agenda item tonight. Next item has to do with the sale of the lots at the Commerce Park. I don't understand Exhibit A, which says that the Beaufort County Development Corporation is the assignee for the earth rights. So as I understand this document, the earth is going to be removed from the borrow pit and then distributed onto city-owned lots. There's no need for the Beaufort County Development Commission to do that. The city can contact directly. So I know you're not going to answer a question, but is the Economic Development Commission receiving some sort of funds for this? I mean, are they participating in any profit? That would be improper in my view. The city, you should revise this document, Exhibit A, to exclude the Economic Development Commission. Third item has to do with your consideration of the various transportation issues. Now, I'm speaking as a private citizen. I'm on the Transportation Advisory Committee representing District 2. You're going to listen to a resolution by Mr. Clausen, the engineer, later this evening. And I support it very much. I think that everything on the list is worthy. I don't know that everything will make the final cut when it comes to our committee. Now, respectfully, I'm going to ask you to add one thing to your resolution. The LATS proposal also includes certain improvements for crosswalks along Carteret Street. Those are really necessary. Right now, we've got these little plastic cones that sit in the street. It's quite dangerous. We've got a lot of traffic. We had someone hit not too long ago right there adjacent to Bay Street coming off the bridge. What needs to be done is to add the LATS proposal to your resolution, which will provide for proper signalized push button flashing light crosswalks. My recommendation is that you do that at Port Republic. Craven takes care of itself with the stoplight. I recommend that you do it at King Street. And then I believe it's Washington, which comes through between the two academic buildings, the historic academic building at USCB and the larger building. I recommend that you do one there. In addition, you should come around Bellamy Curve and put one in I don't think it's Newcastle. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. But right there where the university dormitories are, there needs to be another one of these signalized devices to enable students to safely cross to their building, what was the former Boys and Girls Club. So please add that to the Mr. Clausen's recommended list. Finally, tonight, you're going to also consider an authorization to allow the city manager to enter into an agreement for the Pigeon Point drainage. I don't know anything about the particulars of the Pigeon Point drainage. Will you allow me 30 seconds, Mr. Mayor? About a year and a half ago, you approved a drainage study. I believe it was for $400,000 in the Bladen Street area. I don't know if all of those funds have been expended. I know that we're getting some results from Davis and Floyd. I use Davis and Floyd myself. I don't have a problem with them. But when those Davis and Floyd executives came in there, they didn't even realize that we had an outfall in front of the elementary school. We had another one at Wilmington Street and another one farther down, I believe, on Harrington. And I think you need to consider very carefully. You can ask the questions. What are the results of that engineering study? $400,000. It's a lot of money to spend with the engineers before you embark on spending a lot more engineering dollars. Please ask those questions to make sure those dollars are well spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Okay, next we have Kathy O'Connell. Is O'Connell here? Okay, next we have, looks like Patricia Jardon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Jadon, very good. I'm here in response to the ordinance that deals with the single-use plastic bags. I was on the original committee that got the original ordinance passed, and I must say it took some doing to get that done even. Very proud of that. And I've also, with city staff, was able to get some of the recycle bins on the waterfront. I do ask that you pass this amendment to the ordinance. We do need to get plastic out of Beaufort, especially with our beautiful waterways where it's there so often. I see too many, I'm happy to say I don't see any plastic bags flying from trees anymore in the marsh, so that's good. But styrofoam, especially once it's hit with the lawnmower, is just disaster. The plastic containers that are coming from the restaurants the styrofoam can easily be replaced with cardboard and recyclable items. So I do ask that you consider this very important addition to our ordinance for the ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Catherine Scarborough.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Scarborough. I'm a resident of Beaufort. I'm speaking today in strong support of maintaining or strengthening our noise ordinance to prohibit loud activities like construction, heavy landscaping with equipment, and delivery operations or other disruptive noises before 8 a.m. 7 a.m. start is simply too early, and it harms our community in ways that far outweigh any minor convenience for a few others. First, early morning noise severely impacts residents' health and quality of life. Sleep is essential for physical and mental well-being. Studies show that even brief disruptions fragment sleep, reduce deep and REM stages, elevate stress hormones, raise heart rate and blood pressure. Chronic exposure leads to serious risks, cardiovascular disease, hypertension, anxiety, depression, and weakened immunity. Many Beaufort residents, shift workers, finishing night shifts, parents with young children, the elderly, those with medical conditions, or remote workers rely on quiet mornings. A 7 a.m. allowance disproportionately burdens vulnerable people and erodes the peaceful character that makes our city livable. But let's look at the real logistics. A 7 a.m. start doesn't mean noise begins at 7 a.m. It pushes disruption much earlier. Crews typically arrive 30 to 60 minutes ahead to unload tools, stage materials, park trucks, often idling or beeping while backing up. For example, a renovation team might pull up at 6:15 or 6:30, slamming doors, dropping ladders, starting generators, or chatting loudly on cell phones. This prep isn't official work, but it's loud, unavoidable under a 7 a.m. rule. And councils often overlook how this effectively turns quiet hours into 6:30 disruptions. Deliveries compound this. Suppliers deliver lumber, concrete, gravel, or roofing materials early to beat traffic and to sync with the crews. Dump trucks, flatbeds arriving at 6:30, 6:45, or 7 a.m. with backup beeps, hydraulic lifts, tailgate slams, shouted instructions. In narrow historic streets, this blocks access, adds maneuvering noise, and wakes residents unnecessarily. These early arrivals prep disproportionately affect vulnerable groups. Shift workers need quiet sleep during the day. Infants, toddlers, and elderly have fragile sleep patterns. Preserving our heritage supports tourism, property values, and pride. We shouldn't risk it for a one rushed hour. Second, this is about balance and equity. Noise ordinances should protect residents, their right to enjoy their homes while allowing reasonable daytime activity. Pushing loud work to 8 a.m. aligns with many U.S. practices. In Beaufort, with our unique historic fabric and quality of life focus, we should prioritize caution over convenience. Residents have raised these concerns before in public discussion. 7 a.m. is just too aggressive. In closing, keeping restrictions until 8 a.m. protects sleep and health and maintains a serene environment that draws people here. It's a small, practical adjustment with big benefits for us, the residents, our heritage, our health, and our shared future. According for real-world logistics, it turns 7 a.m. into much earlier noise. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I urge you to prioritize 8 a.m. as a start time for loud activities. I'm glad to answer any questions. And when I put this together, I thought about the shift workers in Beaufort. And we have shift workers at our Beaufort Memorial Hospital, our Naval Hospital, our Marine Base Parris Island, and our Marine Corps Air Station. And they live all in our city. And there are about 14,000 citizens in the city of Beaufort, residents, with the 2024 census. And I would venture to guess that if you asked them if they wanted someone to have a gas lawnmower blowing next to their house at 7 o'clock in the morning, I think we all know the answer. And I think all of us would agree with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Scarborough. Okay, next we have Chris Campbell. Is Chris in the house? Okay.
Gentlemen, I'm going to speak briefly. I'm with Chairman of Keep Beaufort County Beautiful. And I'm here in support of the plastics ordinance that we all know that's going on. And I know you've got a busy night, but we support it fully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Bob Cremian.
Happy Tuesday, Mayor and Councilman. I'm Bob Cremian. I'm here on behalf of the Coastal Conservation League. So on behalf of CCL, I want to thank you for your leadership in being the first municipality in the region to consider the proposed update to the 2018 plastic bag ordinance. After a thorough countywide survey conducted by Beaufort County with over 6,000 responses from businesses and residents, it is clear that there is support for further reducing single-use plastics. These changes will help to improve the longevity of the landfills here and keep storm drains flowing. Further, updating ordinance will reduce waste entering the environment and roadside litter, keeping the city of Beaufort as beautiful as it is right now, or more beautiful, actually. By mitigating also microplastics, which is a problem with single-use plastic, we also improve the health of people and the wildlife around us. This is a regional approach that is necessary to tackle our waste management and litter challenges. In the coming months, we are optimistic that Beaufort County and the towns of Port Royal, Bluffton, and Hilton Head will adopt the same or very similar ordinances as this one you're reading today. Additionally, the proposed changes align with similar policies already in place in Charleston County, the city of Charleston, and Mount Pleasant. Coming on the heels of the balloon release ban that the council approved in December, taking action to update the city's plastic ordinance is a great complementary step to protect the waterways, wildlife, and people of the city of Beaufort for years to come. So thank you for this consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Stanley Boyd.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm here to urge the council to restrict the sale of single-use containers in Beaufort County. And I'd like to share my perspective on this issue as you consider this matter. I am a maintenance worker. I'm on the maintenance staff at Hunting Island State Park. 125 campsites, 1 million visitors a year, 1 million visitors a year, 5,000 acres. In the maintenance department, it is our responsibility to service 80 trash and recycling containers every day. As I see, not on a formal survey, but my personal survey, everyone who comes into the park brings bottled water in a plastic container. If it were only one, that would be 1 million, but it's probably more like 10 or 20. So 10 or 20 million plastic containers in that environment only. Now, we have both at each of the service, trash and recycle, there are trash receptacles and recycle receptacles, either side by side or within 10 feet of each other. When I go and I service those receptacles, I open the trash container and there are all the plastic bottles and aluminum cans. Right next to them is a recycle. The park does recycle aluminum and plastic, #1 plastic. So they come off the park enjoying the environment, but won't take the trouble to separate the recyclable from the trash. To the extent that we can, as maintenance workers, we get what we can, we ferret out what we can. But particularly as we get more and more visitors, and we have 18 bathrooms to service, as well as picking up all the trash and fixing what is broken for 1 million people a year, it gets to be pretty challenging to try to ferret out the aluminum plastic out of the trash and get it into the recycle. So I'll be brief. It would seem to me that if the public is not compelled to be responsible, they need to be compelled to do it. They need to be directed by refusing them the use of those plastic containers. Okay, that's all. That's all I have to say.
Okay,
I see it every day and it bothers me.
thank you very much, Mr. Boyd. Okay, next we have Courtney Conard. Is that it? I may have mispronounced it last name. Kimmel, okay.
Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Courtney Kimmel. I'm the Director of Conservation with the Port Royal Sound Foundation. On behalf of the Port Royal Sound Foundation, we want to thank the council for taking on this global issue of plastic by being the first South Carolina city to adopt the ban on the balloon releases, and for being the first municipality in the county to consider these revisions to the existing plastic ordinance. At the foundation, when we often will take student groups out and we'll do a plankton trawl where we draw a little net with really fine sieves through the water to be able to look at the plankton that's in that. In almost every instance, when we put that plankton dip under a microscope, we see single-use plastic fibers, little filaments in that sample. So we hear about the global impacts of plastic, but it's happening, and it's happening right here in our waterways. So we really encourage the council to consider this adoption of the revised ordinance that will close the single-use plastic loophole, that will eliminate distribution of the blown foam takeout containers and cups, and will make straws and utensils available on request only. Beaufort is a town that's inextricably tied to the waters that come in and out and everything that lives in and depends on that water. And I hope we can all, do our part to take care of it. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Kimmel. Okay, next we have Ivy, am I saying it right? Zalai? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, is that too loud?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Ivy Zalai, and I'm a resident of Beaufort County. I may not live in the city, but I have a vested interest. My mom was born and raised in Beaufort. We moved back here when I was 3. I've lived here for the better part of my adult life, only to go off to college and then a job, but quickly made my way back here. Tonight, I want to talk to you about something that should matter to every person in this room and every taxpayer in this city: transparency. More specifically, I want to talk about the City of Beaufort's handling of Freedom of Information Act request. South Carolina Freedom of Information Act exists so that citizens can access public records and understand how government operates. The law is very clear that these records belong to the public, not the government that happens to hold them. But recently, the experience some residents have had with FOIA requests in this city have not felt like transparency. It has felt like a process designed to discourage the request in the first place. Under South Carolina Code 30-4-30B, the law states that any fees charged for searching, retrieving, or redacting records must reflect the actual cost of the work performed and must be calculated using the hourly rate of the lowest paid employee capable of performing the task. That requirement exists to prevent exactly what residents are starting to see: excessive cost estimates that put public records out of reach. Yet the estimate I have received from the city appear to rely on higher level staff or contractor rates rather than the lowest paid capable employee required under the statute. When asked for a breakdown explaining how these numbers were calculated, the explanations are often incomplete or vague, where I had to push for more information, and I'm still waiting. Transparency should not require citizens to reverse engineer the city's math. If the city believes a request will take a certain amount of time, the public deserves to know how many hours are being estimated, what hourly rate is being used, who that rate belongs to, and why that person is considered the lowest paid employee capable of doing the work. Those are not unreasonable questions. They are basic accountability. I've also had 2 requests delivered past statutory deadlines without explanation, which only adds to the growing concern that the process itself is not being treated with the seriousness that the law requires. And this is not an isolated issue. Many residents remember the Hollis FOIA situation, which became a very public example of what happens when transparency breaks down. What should have been a straightforward public request process turned into an unnecessary controversy. Situations like that damage public trust for more than any single document ever could. Transparency problems are rarely about one request. They're about patterns, and the pattern that some requesters are seeing right now is troubling. At the same time, people are struggling to obtain records through FOIA. There are also concerns about transparency on the city's own communications platforms. Residents have raised questions about comments being hidden or removed from the city's social media pages and about how those platforms are being managed. When government communication channels limit public interactions while public records requests become increasingly expensive, it creates the perception that transparency is becoming more restricted instead of more open. And perception matters when it comes to public trust. Also want to address something that has been mentioned in a response to me, the suggestion that FOIA fees are set by council and therefore outside of staff control. Council may approve policies, but compliance with state law is not optional for anyone in government. The Freedom of Information Act does not say that fees should be based on convenience, outside contractors, or administrative preference. It says they must be based on the lowest paid capable employee. That is the standard. At the end of the day, the Freedom of Information Act is not a nuisance. It is not a burden placed on government. It is a fundamental transparency law designed to ensure the public can see how decisions are made, how taxpayer money is spent, and how public officials conduct business. When residents begin to feel that questioning public records will result in excessive fees, delays, or administrative runaround, something in the system has gone wrong, because transparency should not feel adversarial. It should feel routine. Tonight, I'm asking this council to take a serious look at how FOIA requests are being handled in this city. Are fee estimates being calculated using the lowest paid capable employee as required by law? Are residents receiving clear and itemized explanation for the fees that are being asked? I had a little bit more, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and last we have on public comment on the agenda is Mike Tomey.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, and thank you for all you do. I appreciate it very much. I want to talk to you about short-term rentals. It's just very, very brief. The issues that you have before you this evening that you're going to be entertaining have a number of requirements and limitations that are associated with it. And all I'm asking is there's a very large diversity of property here in the city, both historic and non-historic. And I would just ask that you consider allowing for exceptions when you do finally get to resolution of what these requirements will be in the upcoming future. Because I believe that entertainment of exceptions for reasons that are within the scope of what this city should provide are important. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is the meeting agenda approval. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it. Next, we have a character education proclamation for Hilario Lopez Gomez from Beaufort High School.
Move accept.
Second.
Motion and second. I don't believe he is here. So we will just pass that on to Mr. Gomez.
Yes. We can pass.
Oh, we need to vote on it. So all in favor of the proclamation for Mr. Gomez signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have a proclamation proclaiming March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Do you have
So
a
moved.
motion?
Second.
Motion and second. Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Well, any representatives from the group here?
Whereas more than 500,000 South Carolina residents and families are impacted by severe lifelong disabilities, including autism, head injuries, spinal cord injuries, intellectual disabilities, and related disabilities. And whereas people with lifelong disabilities are productive citizens, neighbors, and family members, deserving of respect and opportunities for economic self-sufficiency, independence, and personal growth. Whereas South Carolinians with and without disabilities work together, play together, worship together, learn together, and grow together. And we owe a special debt of gratitude to the caregivers who selflessly provide physical, emotional, and spiritual support to our residents with disabilities and special needs. Whereas the 2026 observance of Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month celebrates the successful partnership between people with and without disabilities, as well as the increasing involvement of people in education, employment, and community activities. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Beaufort, South Carolina hereby proclaims March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. The City of Beaufort encourages all citizens to work together to promote increased opportunities for people with disabilities, to recognize the many contributions made by people with disabilities in our communities, and to honor the dedication of the caregivers who bring support and hope to their fellow citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have a public hearing. This gives an opportunity for the public to let council hear on any issues dealing with the CDBG, or the Community Development Block Grant Program, which is designed to help people in low and moderate income areas. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak to this?
Presentation first.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Dantzler, and I'm a Community and Economic Development Specialist with the Little Country Council of Governments. Tonight, I'll be talking about community development block grant opportunities for 2026. The CDBG program is designed to provide assistance to units of local government in improving economic opportunities, meeting community revitalization needs, particularly for persons of low and moderate income, LMI. The CDBG program has been funded through the state since 1982 by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development under Title I of the Housing Community Development Act of 1974 as amended in Title I. The annual allocation from HUD for the program is administered by South Carolina Department of Commerce, the Division of Grant Administration. South Carolina has been allocated approximately $20.1 million in CDBG funds for 2026 for the state. There is a state consolidated plan for housing community development that's given each year. The written comment has passed for the action plan, but you can find it on the CDBG SC Commerce website. If you have any questions, you can ask the COG.
Go ahead.
Okay. The grant program has categories. There are three broad grant program categories: community development, business development, and regional planning. The community development program is further broken down into several subcategories to address infrastructure, community facilities, and neighborhood priorities as follows. So there's two rounds. There's a fall round and a spring round. For the spring round, that is for community infrastructure, which has approximately $8 million. The application requests are due March 20th, and the application deadline is April 20th of this year. This includes water, sewer, drainage, and roads projects. The minimum funding amount is $50,000, and the maximum is $1 million. For local priorities, this is a fall round project as well as community enrichment. The application request is due August 21st, and the application deadline is September 21st. This includes economic development, public health and safety, quality of life and sustainability, resiliency, and narrowing the digital divide. The minimum funding amount is $50,000. The maximum is $300,000. For community enrichment, it has the same application request deadline as local priorities, which is August 21st, and the same application deadline of September 21st. This includes brownfield projects, demolition of obsolete buildings, downtown streetscape improvements, planning for regional infrastructure with a $50,000 maximum, libraries, public-owned facilities, transportation-oriented public facilities, public safety facilities and services, demolition of vacant dilapidated structures to address support crime, prevention, fire substations or fire trucks, health clinic facilities, equipment, public facility modifications, new sidewalks, and LMI areas. The minimum funding amount is $50,000. The maximum is $750,000. There's also an option to submit a ready-to-go project, which has $750,000 in grant funds available. The application request is ongoing, and applications are due 30 days after the request is first submitted. Activities listed in community infrastructure and community enrichment qualify under this program. The minimum funding amount is $50,000, and the maximum is $500,000 with a maximum waiver available. For CDBG grants, it must meet one of the national objectives, which is benefit low to moderate income persons, aid in the prevention or elimination of slums or blight, or meet other urgent needs posing a serious threat to the health or welfare of the community. All CDBG projects have a 10% match requirement. For business development program, it has $250,000. This program provides financial resources for local governments to pursue opportunities that create new jobs, retain existing employment, stimulate private investment, and revitalize or facilitate the competitiveness of local government. Funding will be prioritized based on the following order: new or expanding businesses tied to job creation, area economic development activities not associated with job creation, new or expanding local businesses that provide essential goods and services in predominantly LMI communities. There's also a regional planning program that have $500,000. The program is designed to provide CDBG funds to councils of governments to assist local governments in developing plans and building local community development capacity. There's also state technical assistant and admin, which is $704,749. Projects located in opportunity zones will receive an additional 10 points in the application. There is a performance threshold. A unit of local government can apply for an additional community development grant if it has no more than 2 open CDBG projects, excluding business development or regional planning grants. However, the open grants must not have exceeded a 30-month grant period. Also, no more than 1 streetscape project can be completed at a time, no more than 1 ready-to-go project, and no more than 1 project from the same general target area / neighborhood open at the same time, unless the current project is under construction. Fair housing is the law. Also, as part of the requirements of the program, the locality is expected to undertake activities that promote fair housing. Title 7 of the Civil Rights 1968 stipulates that we all have the right to be treated fairly regardless of our race, color, religion, sex, disability, familial status, or national origin. This is true in the sale and rental of housing and residential real estate transaction, in the provision of brokerage services. If you believe that you have been a victim of discriminatory housing practices, you have avenues by which the matter can be investigated. The Beaufort County and Low Country Council of Governments are committed to fair housing. For more information, please contact the COG at 843-473-3990. Part of the requirements is that individuals have to be LMI qualifying. So for Beaufort County, 1 person would be qualifying at $61,700, or a family of 4 at $88,100. The Beaufort County Low Country Regional Home Consortium is comprised of the following counties: Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper, and all 21 municipalities in the region. The top 3 objectives is the rehabilitation of substandard housing, increase accessibility to adequate and affordable housing, and support the development and availability of safe, decent, and affordable housing. The Beaufort, Hampton, Colleton, and Jasper counties have areas that are in need of affordable housing, rehabilitation of substandard housing, and demolition of vacant, dilapidated houses. As the housing stock ages, there becomes a greater need for rehabilitation of substandard houses, and the number of vacant, dilapidated houses increases, while increasing the number of persons at risk for homelessness. Please give us a list of the priority housing needs for your area to be addressed in our upcoming 2026-2027 annual action plan, to be submitted to HUD by April 30th of 2026. This completes the presentation. Council, you may open the floor for public hearing.
Any questions?
Yes,
Okay.
you go ahead.
Councilman Mitchell?
Hi Tiffany, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So, and I'm not sure this question is one that you should be answering, or maybe Scott or someone on staff could, but so we have the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust.
Mhm.
Do you know whether we, the city, applies for housing through the
Home program?
I'm sorry,
Talking about the home program?
yes.
Home
Do we
consortium
apply
is
directly
different.
to you, or do we work that through Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust?
Oh, well, so the Beaufort County Housing Trust has a program For the city of Beaufort specifically, they receive applications and we review their, the income verifications for them. For the house, for the home program, anybody can apply to it. Usually individuals reach out to us and we go over a preliminary application with them, see if they're qualifying, send them an application. And then based off that, we'll either, move forward or help them with what we can with the grant funds that we have available.
So the money comes from the federal government to the state?
Yeah,
and
it
then
comes
to
from the
local-
federal government to the county, because Beaufort County is the,
To the county,
yeah, to the main contact. So we administer it though.
you administer it?
Yeah.
So we city could be in competition for something that the county is applying for that's very similar?
Well, it's not a competition. The city is also a part of it. Is also a part of the home program. So any resident of Beaufort County, Jasper County, Colleton, or Hampton County can apply for the home program.
So I assume they're limited funds, like you mentioned on the slides. So
Mhm.
how do you make a determination between whether the city gets something or another, like county gets it?
We don't base it off of the counties. It's based off of applications. So as we receive applications, we review them and we try to do as much as we can based with the funding that we have, but each year we have to wait for a different allocation of funding. So we can only do so much with our current allocation, and then we wait for our next allocation and hopefully continue to help with the home rehab as well.
Also,
Thank you.
there are a lot of other qualifications besides income. It has to be owner occupied, it cannot be heirs property. It's a number of other things.
Yeah,
I'd had them look at a number of houses and unfortunately they didn't qualify for some of those reasons. There are a lot of houses through other parts of the city, northwest quadrant, number of them in there. I think that you might be able to find. There are some in the Old Commons, Mossy Oaks. There's quite a few that are aging in there that I see some with tarp on the roofs and things. I think that may do some good for them. Again, about Mossy Oaks, I had talked to Ms. McKnight about the grants and Southside Park, they would qualify, I believe she said, for what, about 300,000? Would it go
for what
Southside
was-
Park?
Okay. I am not
We're, we
sure
got
how much
some
what project
improvements.
were you thinking of?
Okay, we've got some improvements in the park coming
Mhm.
and we need some funding, so that would be ideal.
Okay.
We can match it easy.
Do you have the LMI percentage in that? area?
In that area, it might work, I think, and
That's what you gotta make sure. it
yeah,
works.
well, we have to make sure in that area that, but there are a lot of homes in that area that would qualify. I'm not sure about the whole area,
Okay.
but if we could look at that area
For a park specifically or for home
for a
repair?
park, for a
Okay.
park,
So the city has two open projects right now. It
right?
has the Calhoun, the Calhoun Streetscape and the Washington Street Park.
And they're about to
So-
close.
So one of them has to close. And the Calhoun Street one is probably going to close next month, probably because we'll schedule that closeout public hearing for your next council meeting. So spoke with staff and that was what,
And then Washington
they
Park
do-
is close to, they're just
Just-
landscaping and everything, so
Yeah.
it's close to it. So by August, we should have wide open.
yeah. So for Washington Street Park, yeah, that one is set to close as well. We'll have to get it monitored by the state. Construction wise, it is pretty much going to be done before, on the grant side of things, there are a couple extra steps we
Okay,
have
if
to
you can
take.
keep these on your radar, I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Yep, definitely. Any other questions
Any other questions?
or comments from the public? Nope.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I've
you.
already opened a public hearing. Does anybody in the audience wish to speak to these public needs? Seeing that nobody is biting at the chomp to come up forward, I'm going to go ahead and close this public meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have minutes, work session, January 27, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second. Any changes? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Next, we have the regular meeting of February 10th, 2026.
Move accept.
Second.
Okay, any changes? Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, next is Capital Projects Quarterly Workshop of February 17th, 2026.
Move accept.
Motion is second. Any changes? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 And last is the work session of February 24th, 2026.
Move accept.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any changes? Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now to old business. An ordinance to amend Part 8, Chapter 2, Parking of the City of Beaufort Code of Ordinances. This is second and final reading. Do I have a motion?
Move accept.
Okay,
Second.
motion is second. Scott, you want to brief the public on what this is?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a item that is a housekeeping item basically for our parking ordinance. We had an ordinance several months ago that was not worded in the best fashion, and the result was we inadvertently deleted many sections that we still intended to apply to our parking code. This was presented to you for first reading without any controversy or comment last month, and it is back to you again for second and final reading tonight.
Any
Just had
discussion?
a question. We had 4 amendments on the initial. We had done 4 amendments on the first reading. that
On
regarded-
on this particular,
Uh-huh.
Which have
regarded the
been, yeah,
employee
they're in
parking
here.
Under 8/2001, the parking lots.
Do you have
the
that?
Library lot and the playground lot were 2 hours to 4 hours under section 8/2002.
Right.
Changing the hours from 10 to 6 PM from 11 to 7 PM under section 8/2002F. And changing the boot fines regarding the illegal parking and handicap spaces, changing the fines from 400 to 500 for parking illegally in a handicap spaces and changing the boot fees from $60 and $80 to $100 under state section 8/2015.1.
They've all been.
Okay, they're all in.
they're all included. Yes, Councilman.
Wanted to confirm it.
Mr. Scaletti?
And, well, I was just gonna say they are reflected in here, but I was gonna make the comment too that we did make some amendments, and I'm not exactly sure how this happened because the changes that I remember us making were not necessarily removing sections of this code. It was just amending some. And then I guess whenever this got put into our ordinances, it deleted several sections, which now we're coming back to add. But what was passed previously that led to the ambiguity to delete several sections that we're now adding back in?
I don't believe I have that ordinance in front of me, but it was worded in such a fashion that when we sent it to Municode, they took it at its literal meaning of the way the sentences were constructed. And that resulted in the omission of several paragraphs that we did not intend to delete.
That was a Municode thing. Once it got sent to them,
Correct.
okay,
Yes, sir.
that makes sense. And I guess it's unfortunate that when it came back to us, it was the old language, which led to the 4 amendments in our first reading. And I'm hoping that we caught everything. One small thing that I'll note at the bottom of, let me get to it real quick. It would be page 132 on our packet. It's section 8-2016, immobilization of vehicles. Subsection F, it says charges and immobilization fee of $50 in parentheses, $100 shall be charged for the removal of the vehicle immobilization equipment. So whether that's 50 or 100, I think it needs to obviously match.
That's correct. That would be a Scribner's error. It would be council's preference as to which way we go with that.
We'll go with the 100.
Yeah. Page was that, Josh? 132?
What's that?
Page was it?
Oh, sorry, that was page 132 of our packet.
Section 8/2016
Immobilization of
Paragraph F.
vehicles. Mhm.
at the bottom of the page.
Yep.
Got it.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, y'all gonna make those changes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, under new business, we have a request for co-sponsorship of the Henry C. Chambers Waterfront Park by the Beaufort Area Hospitality Association to host the 2027 Oyster Festival, January 16th and 17th, 2027. Also requested is access to public works resources, including fencing, water, electrical support, request to sell beer, wine during the festival hours, waiver of loud and unseemly noise, and waiver of fees for police, fire, and EMS.
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay, Jennifer?
Hello. The reason why this is back at new is last year for 2026 festival, Beaufort Area Hospitality Association requested waiver of police, fire, and EMS fees. They did not receive that as they've requested them again. That's why this is new. Everything else is the same for the Oyster Festival that we all enjoyed earlier this year.
So they're just bringing it back again?
Just bringing it back for that fire, EMS, and police waiver.
Open it up for discussion from council. Any discussion?
No, I'm fine.
Are we gonna go and allow that?
Yeah, I think we are.
Okay. All right, hearing none, we're gonna go ahead and vote. All in favor of this request, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have a request for co-sponsorship of the Henry C. Chambers Waterfront Park for the Beaufort Area Hospitality Association's New Year's Eve fireworks display on December 31st, 2026 at 9 p.m. Approval of the fireworks display and unseemly noise.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Jennifer?
So I'm bringing this back up. It's the same as 2025 to 26. The only thing that's coming up is they're asking for co-sponsorship, but they're not actually using the park. So they're requesting the park. So there may be spectators there, but they're not actually using the park, but they're asking for co-sponsorship. So the park is empty for that reason. So it's a little different. They're not setting up anything. They're not having any music or dancers or any other events beforehand. So the fireworks, then everyone goes back home.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have a request from Downtown Operations for the use of the Marina parking lot and Craft Market lawn from June 28, 2026 through July 5th, 2026 for a carnival with amusement rides to be held Thursday and Friday, July 2nd through 3rd, 2026 from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and from July 4th, 2026 from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Request waiver of noise ordinance, regulation of food truck ordinance, business license fees, and police, fire, and public works services. Okay, I have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Linda, you want to tell everybody what this is about?
Sure. So downtown operations and city staff and council were all presented an idea for some celebrations for Carolina Days for the celebration of the 250th anniversary. Several of them, they're like a hometown events. These community events would be during Carolina Days, and there's several different kinds that we're kind of exploring and adding maybe to that week for the Carolina Days. One of the suggestions was a full-on carnival within the marina parking lot. The entrepreneur brought forth an introduction to Midway Unlimited, who has a carnival that will bring it into town. City staff met with the carnival operator and walked the marina parking lot, just exploring, trying to figure out if it would fit, if it would work. It's not set in stone, but we wanted to bring it in front of you because if the council wants to do something like this, that we would love to be able to bring a carnival. Tried to make sure that it fit into the marina parking lot. There are some, it would require setup and breakdown. It would only be operating in the evening hours on Thursday and Friday, the 2nd and 3rd. of July, and then July 4th, it would run from 3 to 10. It would bring games up to 10 to 12 games, rides, as well as some carnival foods and some games that actually would be used for carnivals. It can fit, but it takes the setup, it starts on Sunday, the 28th, and the entire parking lot of the marina parking lot would be used for this carnival in order for it to be a profitable, not necessarily profitable, but be able to be an even swap for the Midway, Midway Unlimited is offering to bring it to Beaufort to see if it's a profitable event, to be a consistent event that happens once a year. We would be using part of the craft market area for the games and things like that. We think we could sit those in there. The amusement rides and the Ferris wheel, that all could fit in there. We would be required to have some water and some electric in there during that time. This carnival event is planned to be a complement to all the other smaller events that would be happening during Carolina Days, whether it's downtown or in other parts of the area of the city. And so I just wanted to kind of give you the overview of what the event would look like. It's on the details of it. Is setup would begin on June 28th and with the completion on July the 1st of the setup. Carnival will operate Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Tear down will be completed on July 4th, and the marina parking lot would be then opened again on July the 5th, Sunday, July the 5th. We feel that shuttle services would be needed during the event times, and maybe other times during the week whenever the parking lot is not available. Just because we would have to make sure that we had other places to park. As a note, we would not be, as in festivals and the like, because parking during the day would not be able to happen in the Beaufort County lots because everybody's still working. Boater parking needs to be considered. We have not dove into some of these. We have not really kind of worked that out. Feel like that the boaters will not want to be displaced outside of the marina parking lot. That may reduce some of the carnival itself. Police and fire services would be required during the event times. Public Works and downtown operations staff would have to be made available during setup and tear down. And then, of course, we would be considering additional porta potties because of the number of people.
Okay, I'm going to open up to council for any discussion. Any
I
questions?
got some questions. Do you have an estimate of what this is going to cost the city with the police, the fire, the public works,
The shuttle,
everything?
about $15,000 for police services, shuttles, and the like. I can break those down if you'd like, but $15,000 for the event. If we were to provide the shuttles during the week, I would add another $2,000 to it.
I guess it'd be important to point out too, because it looked like if we went with the third party coordinating, then they get $15,000, I guess, back. And after they recoup their money, any additional or 15% of additional revenue would come to the city, right?
Mhm.
So there would be a chance to offset some of that with revenue sharing.
Right. Okay, and another concern, I know they'll be paying the liability insurance for it, but
the city, I feel, will still be on the hook for liability if something would happen with the carnival. Things sometimes happen, which is one of my big concerns, very big concerns. Again, the parking is an issue. Where are they gonna park at? Cause you can't use the county lot, you can't use the sheriff's department lot. They're actively being used during the day. I don't know where the parking's gonna come from.
Well, I know it was mentioned in the by several of the, during discussions. Water Festival, Bella Festival, they use the full lots, and whenever during their events. And that is anywhere from 4 to 10 days. And most people who park in the marina parking lot park on the outskirts. That normally park in the marina parking lot would park on the outskirts on this on-street, 500 lot, those types of things.
But I mean, I just can't figure out where that many cars are gonna be parking. I know the Scarboroughs don't want them in their yard parking. But
I understand, but that's already happening, and the discussion was, that's already happening during these other events.
no, you have usually after hours that, from 4 on, they've got them shuttled. This would be completely closed where you'd have to have nobody be able to park downtown the whole time during the day. So you'd have to have them shuttled all day long. I mean, the workers they're complaining about not having parking now. I mean, where are they gonna be staying then? I mean, I can't figure that out I mean, it's definitely gonna be a parking problem, major problem.
And that's hence the consistent shuttle services is why we kind of estimated that needed to
But
be.
from where? I mean, there's no place really.
Well, you say the county lot by the sheriff's office is full because it'd be during the day. Is that what you said?
No,
It's in use during the day.
Every time I see that lot, it's completely empty.
Well, they're gonna want it during the day.
You say they're gonna want it during the day. I guess I've never seen that lot even remotely close to full.
No, I just can't
Are
see
you talking about
this.
the sheriff's department?
Yeah,
You're talking about
the
the.
admin
the old
lot
courthouse.
that we I was talking about the admin lot
Admin
at
lot,
Beaufort County.
City,
What I thought.
across from
Then
us.
I have a,
Oh,
I-
across from us.
Not the.
I have a
not the
question.
Main
Okay,
Street
okay.
section.
I was referring to both.
I have a
Those are
question, not
funded.
on parking. So we get 15 cents on the dollar after the company, I guess, get their first 15,000. And then you mentioned the estimated cost of law enforcement, police protection, et cetera. Do you have any kind of way of projecting whether we might come out ahead or deficit wise on this?
We have not discussed that far. We do think that it would be popular, and it all depends on the marketing and how you do.
Well, I just want to say, I think it's definitely worth exploring. I have kind of fond memories of coming to the carnival when I was a kid, when it was there,
Burden.
where Stokes Garage used to be, where the boat place is now. So it's definitely worth exploring. If it doesn't work, maybe we don't do it the next year.
Yeah, I had a question too. Since it's in the marina parking lot, that's awfully close to residential areas. And I know carnivals I've been to, they make a lot of noise with the merry-go-rounds and all the other stuff. And the games, some of them, when they win an award, makes all kind of noise. Is there any way to test what the decibel level will be at the edge of the property there where the marina is?
I mean, I guess we could explore that.
We need to look at it.
But that's one reason why we're asking for a waiver of the noise ordinance during those times until 10 o'clock. The carnival's running only until 10.
And the other thing is, have you looked at any other sites that might be more accommodating that could handle it or no?
Not at this time, no, sir. And one of the reasons why we went ahead and put it on without all that consideration, we really were talking to him fairly close to cutoff time for agenda.
Okay.
And it also, he needs to lock it in. July 4th weekend is a, popular weekend, and to be prudent with him, and as a business person, we told him that we would try to get him an answer one way or the other, as quickly as possible.
Having been here my
I'm with Councilman Mitchell on this. I think this is something that's worth exploring. And then, you know, if it doesn't work, then we'll know and we don't have to make this an annual thing. But I see value in bringing something like this for families, for the businesses downtown. Some of the challenges that we're going to have to navigate are things that we navigate all the time. We navigate parking issues with all of our other events. I mean, liabilities, if somebody gets hurt, we've got that every time we have an event downtown. So with this being a little bit different in the sense that we may cover some cost initially, but there's also the factor of potentially getting that back, which we don't see on every event that we support with some of the same hurdles that we've discussed tonight. So I think it's something that's worth exploring more.
July 3rd is First Friday.
Yes, and so I was gonna,
Closure.
it is a street closure. We asked for that at the request of the same entrepreneur, is to say, you know, let's do a really hometown type of celebration. So we asked for that and y'all have approved it. We have a street closure planned for July 3rd. And we were bringing in lots of activities for that. And we're working with them to make it kind of cohesive, and that would still bring that hometown feel to downtown, along with and complement the carnival at the same time.
So the shuttle will be omnipotently important on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thursday,
Extremely,
Friday and Saturday nights. Yeah.
extremely important.
So I've lived here my whole life. I've never, ever seen any kind of carnival downtown. Closest thing is over there at the boat place where Councilman Mitchell said. I've seen it at the VFW Fairgrounds. I've seen it at Royal Oak Shopping Center, a few other shopping centers, and over in Port Royal, they used to have it. But they've never had it on downtown Beaufort, and I don't want to start.
You don't want to start?
I don't want to start it, be the one that starts that.
So what's the pleasure of council?
No, I think it's worth looking into.
Okay.
Vote nay.
All right, well, we're going to put it to a vote. All in favor of this request to explore it further and have you get back with some more, I guess, finite figures?
And we're bringing it back for,
I'm sorry, what is the deadline for his answer?
I actually told him it would be this week. But we can go back and see if he's willing to hold it for a little bit longer.
I would say you have two visions in here. You have one vision that is scaled down and one that is organized by the third party. And so I think tonight, what makes sense to me is if we have support for this and we pass it, if in the event down the road you figure out that this isn't going to work for whatever reason, there's the option for Vision 2 that you've outlaid in here. That's a scaled down version that could also work. So I don't see why we wouldn't be able to give them an answer tonight. And then as more details come to light, if there's a need to kind of back up and accept Vision B, then that's another alternative that we have.
Well, the other thing is we won't be getting together unless we're going to call a special meeting
Right.
until next month.
Until next month, and that's
That would be
almost
too late.
close to not be able to give him an answer.
Yeah, I think we make the decision tonight.
Okay, well, we'll call for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Nay?
Nay.
All right, we'll explore it. You can have them look at it. We hope it goes well.
Me too.
All right, next we have an ordinance to amend Part 9, Chapter 1, Section 9-1008, loud and unseemly noise of the Beaufort Code of Ordinances. This is first reading.
So moved.
Motion.
Okay, motion is
Second.
second. Okay. Captain Day, you want to give us a quick overview?
What was that, Mayor? I'm
A
sorry.
quick overview of what the noise ordinance is for the public.
To the public. The current ordinance that we have right now is a little bit lengthy and it can be slightly confusing. We tried to bring all the timelines together, the decimal meters together. The only thing that was changed was the 7 to 7. Currently, it's 8 to 9. So, and with Mr. Trask's, about the Saturday and Friday and Saturday, it currently goes to 1 o'clock now anyway. We lowered the decimal reading to that from 85 decibels to 70 decibels in the downtown music district. And along with the unamplified human voice stayed the same. Just tried to clarify the language a little bit, make it a little bit more condensed and simplified.
Thank you. Any discussion with the council?
Yeah, I have some. So, and I'll give this to Tracy to add to the minutes, because the way I remember this originally was just as you described here, to clear up some of the language, make it a little bit less confusing. But what we had worked, and I don't know that there was an outstanding amount of complaints that we had received from the old ordinance. I think that it was working as intended. And I would not say that what is being proposed tonight aligns with that in many ways. One, as you pointed out, the 7 a.m., which we can easily change here. I'm surprised to see that it's not changed, because that was a point of discussion in our last meeting. But then in addition, the noises prohibited, A1 and 2 now read any sound made which is plainly audible 50 feet from its source is prohibited in the city. And the way that I interpret that is anywhere in the city at any time on any day, it is prohibited to make noise that can be plainly audible at 50 feet away. And I've got birds that chirp in my backyard that can be heard at 50 feet away. So when I think about what this does realistically, I mean, we went from kind of just cleaning the language up a little bit to make it easier to understand on an ordinance that was working well to now, making the city like a library. And so I don't know why the plainly audible for 50 was chosen for these two anytime, at any day, anywhere in the city. But I think that substantially changes things. In addition, the amplified music, which exceeds, it still reads amplified music, which exceeds 60 decibels, but does not exceed 70 decibels, which is played in the nighttime music district. And again, I'm not sure what the justification is, and maybe this is just for the city's attorney to answer, but I don't know why we would put a range in there at all. Really what matters is does it exceed the threshold? If that's 70, then it's 70. If it's 85, which it was before, then it's 85. But we're more concerned with, does the noise exceed that threshold or not? And I'm not sure the value in having a range of 60, but does not exceed 70. And then, dropping down to 70 decibels, I know that can be justified, and some feel that it is. I have a hard time with that. I went downtown to see if I could find some real life evidence, because I don't know, don't specialize in decibel readings, but I did download a decibel meter on my phone, and I went right up next to our live music that was playing on this given Saturday, which was at Hemingway's. It was during the day. And I point that out because I think most of the concerns that I have heard are relevant to the quiet hours. People want it quiet after a certain time, and I respect that. I think that's appropriate. And whether that's a cutoff at night and the morning time as well. I mean, it's important. I think 7 a.m. is too early, but that's what they're concerned about, is those quiet hours. And so I went down there, measured it during the day, and right up against the live music was 85 decibels. So then I stepped back to the pavilion. Now, keep in mind, this is playing at Hemingway's. Back to the pavilion and recorded it again, and it was at 70 decibels. So it had dropped 15 decibels just from that span, which would tell me that if you were to go further across into Whitehall or down Bay Street, I couldn't hear the music when I was walking up from the marina parking lot. So I say all that to say that to justify dropping the threshold down to 80 or to 70 from 85, when we really don't have any complaints to support that, I'm not sure is necessary, outside of maybe it feels good to do it tonight, but I'm not sure how that became part of the discussion when really this was just about cleaning up the language.
Yeah, and I'm in support of the 8 o'clock. I thought we were going to leave that alone
Right.
myself. I didn't know it was going to be dropped to 7.
At your direction, Mayor, that's an easy change for us.
Okay.
I mean,
One question about the 8 o'clock, garbage trucks should still be able to operate earlier? Would garbage trucks,
not according to the way the ordinance would read.
because they get out early.
Mhm.
I know mine are picked up very, very early. So I think that could be a problem.
Could be, but
With-
it's downtown, but the noise level.
No, but I'm just talking about anywhere in the city. I mean, they come to my house 7:30 a lot of times.
Yeah, I like for them to come to my house at 8 o'clock. Anyway, as I've read this a couple of times, I just wonder how hard it's gonna be to enforce. You know, how loud something is might depend on your hearing ability. And from a practical perspective, I mean, our police officers gonna be walking around with noise measuring devices and, you know, to keep track of this, or many times the noise won't be there when you get there and to address the person with the complaint. I just hope we can make it practical. And then, you know, the other side of it is, you know, for those who contest the charge, it might be quite a challenge to prove it in court, you know, a noise level, unless you've got some sort of device there that probably you can produce some evidence. On the 8 o'clock thing, yeah, I could see that 7 o'clock seems kind of early to me. You know, maybe that's something our refuge collectors can adjust to.
And Councilman, there was some language in the old ordinance that said to willfully disturb. So you have intent to disturb instead of just disturbing. So maybe some of that language can be added back in.
I mean, the trash has been picked up early for a long time, and the ordinance reads now that it's 8 o'clock, so that hasn't really presented a problem. You know, the way that I interpret this section of the exemption, it's talking about construction machinery, heavy equipment, machines and equipment used for construction, repair, cleaning, maintenance of buildings. I would not include trash trucks in that, but maybe it's kind of covering it as an umbrella, but I don't think that that's an issue. If we change this back to 8 o'clock the way that it was, it's not going to prevent the trash from being picked up. But I would like to talk a little bit more about the 1 and 2 here at the top, if we're going to go with this language. Now, like I said, I did send you guys a draft that fundamentally doesn't change anything, but it does clean up the current ordinance, and I will give this to Tracy to submit with the minutes. But if we're going to go with what's in front of us, 1 and 2, I think, need to be addressed, because I don't know, I know for sure I would not support any sound throughout the city at any given time that's audible from 50 feet away being prohibited. I think that's way too harsh, and I'm not even sure the value of that. I mean, you're preventing people from, you know, playing music in their backyard while they're doing whatever. You know, you're to me, that's over regulation, and I don't think it's warranted. It's not necessary. And so I would like to, if we're using plainly audible from 50 feet away, in my mind, it makes more sense to do that during quiet hours, because if I'm in my house and I can hear you after 10 o'clock at night, then it would make sense for that to be a problem. But plainly audible from 50 feet away, I don't think that we should have that for daytime hours.
I would like to propose an amendment to put garbage trucks, street cleaning equipment in the exemptions. And then I'd be good with 8 o'clock.
I don't know whether it's in order or what, but, you know, for any of the folks who spoke against, or made comments regarding the noise ordinance, do you have any comments regarding the garbage trucks starting early?
Extension. The extension that now used by the use of equipment owned, operated by federal, state, local governments, including acknowledged emergency response vehicle, law enforcement vehicles, EMS, fire trucks, response vehicles. That right there is your exemption. That right there is those trucks are owned by the city. City equipment is exempt from this ordinance. Therefore,
trash trucks are exempt. They're not owned by the city.
Contract, but
They're contracted out. So I would like to make a, motion to amend it to put garbage trucks and, well, the street cleaners are city owned, so garbage trucks into the into the ordinance.
Okay. Anyone else?
Is there a second?
maybe we should say city contracted
Yeah.
equipment.
That would be good.
Yeah.
I amend that to be city contracted equipment
And
into
garbage
the
trucks will
amendment.
be included.
Okay,
Is
that
there a
goes into
second?
the exemptions. And then 8 o'clock, I think, is everybody in agreement on 8 o'clock?
Can we take a vote on the amendment?
Okay. Yeah, are you finished,
second.
Josh?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't any discussion about what I talked about 1 and 2. So if you guys don't have any thoughts on that, then I'm going to vote against this as it's proposed because I don't think that's appropriate.
Doesn't the reference to the noise is prohibitive that is before 1 and 2 give enough direction for that?
I'm sorry.
That the noise is prohibited where it says any loud, obnoxious, that has a colon at the end of it, which qualifies 1 and 2. So would that not give enough description to that? Any loud, obnoxious, unnecessary, and excessive noise that disturbs or interferes with the comfortable enjoyment of persons of ordinary sensibilities occupying, owning, or controlling nearby properties, or persons making use of commercial or public properties for their intended purposes is prohibited. Prohibited noises include without limitation the following, 1 and 2.
Right. So 1 and 2 would be prohibited noises is the way that I'm interpreting that. Am I interpreting that wrong? So
It's any loud, obnoxious, unnecessary, or excessive noise.
or any sound made which is plainly audible from 50 feet from its source.
But if it follows a colon, it qualifies that commentary. We can take the word any out of it or we can restructure 1 and 2.
Well, it
but-
says, if, it just says prohibited noises include without limitation the following.
Right.
So without limitation, any sound which is plainly audible from 50 feet away is prohibited.
Okay.
And I'm not sure why we went that direction.
Okay.
Well, I think that gives you prima facie evidence.
What's that?
It gives you prima facie evidence, if it's loud, obnoxious and all that to a sensible person or whether they're listening in here, persons of ordinary sensibilities.
But
then it's-
I
it's loud.
agree, by saying any sound, that sort of
I
negates
agree
what the
too,
first part
yeah.
says. It's ambiguous. It needs to be cleaned up.
So do we strike it? Or reword it? Because we have an amendment.
We should try to find a way to reword it, but
If you reword it, then you could say any sound that exceeds whatever your decibel threshold is. I'm not sure that the answer is 70, but if that's where council's support is, then
well, and I'll qualify that because I made the objection to the 85 because the National Institute of Hearing Loss and the Federal Foundation of Hearing Loss indicated that 85 is too loud for
OSHA does
commonplace
too.
workplace. And the 70 in the graph, it goes up to 70 and everything from 70 to below is considered safe. Everything above 70, including 85, is considered to be damaging to workforce, damaging to an employment base for a period of time. It can cause, the references, it can cause hearing loss. My reference was just to make it prudent that we drop that so that we're not encouraging people to encourage hearing loss by certifying 85. I made that suggestion and that's where it became 80. I totally agree with you that the range of 60 to 70 makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
But the 70 or below to me was only according to what I looked up in National Institute and Federal Hearing Loss stuff. Because those graphs make it very clear that 70 and below is fine, but 85 is too high.
And I get that, and that's right in line with some of the stuff that I've seen. And the way that I take that is if you're right up on it, if you're right up on 85 decibels for an extended period of time, then you're absolutely subjected to hearing loss. But even at, 50 to 75 feet away, you have a substantial drop to 70 from 85. And that was kind of the importance of my story with the music downtown. But I just fear that some of this language would prevent just the common enjoyment of people being in their yard with guests or, playing music in the backyard. I'm very thankful that my neighbors do not mind me having a good time, but I do worry about the fact.
Just make sure you invite them.
Right. Well, and I always do extend the invitation, but I've never had that issue with my neighbors, but I think that this language could prohibit a lot of that normal enjoyment that people like to have and, at all times during the day. And I don't think that we meant for it to go there.
Okay, we got a choice here. We've got an amendment on the floor.
What is the amendment? To contract the
The co-
exempt
Yes, I'll put
contracted
amendment on
services?
the floor.
To add to section sitting on vehicle with trash truck. So he did make a.
And then I amended that. I amended it though to, city, contracted vehicles.
Yeah.
It really should be city contracted because
City
it's already covered under
contract-
here on the government.
contracted services.
Contracted vehicles, yes. Councilman Mitchell suggested that, and I went ahead and amended it to that. I didn't get a second yet, though.
Second.
You got a second.
What we need, if you want to get it to first reading tonight, is we've got to decide on 1 and 2, what we're going to address, how we're going to address that. Or we're going to have to postpone the first reading until another date to clarify what we want to put in there.
I've just told her what I wanted. I'm good with that,
What's that?
with the city contracted vehicles and have that put in there. So it's been motion made, seconded.
Okay, well, not for the amendment.
That's for the.
But are you
Oh.
gonna make all separate motions for these amendments?
I'd
Because
rather
that's the
have
thing
just one
Yeah,
amended
exactly.
motion.
So here's the thing is we postponed this last time and it's interesting because this is not just this scenario. It's going to happen with short-term rentals as that comes up further in the conversation. But what's happening is there was substantial changes made to this ordinance that really we didn't discuss. And then we come up here for first reading last time. We postpone it, but no conversation that I know of has really taken place to identify what needed to be changed aside from the comments that were made in our last meeting. And now we're seeing it again, kind of contemplating, well, are we going to postpone it again? Or are we going to make some amendments all in one? And I think that just with short-term rentals, we wanted to close a couple of exemptions and that turned into like a rewrite of the entire thing. And I'm not so sure that's not the same thing that's happening here. Whereas we just wanted to kind of make it easier to understand. Now we're substantially changing things to the point that we don't really agree on even having first reading 2 months in a row.
No, I think that we have the capability for the noise ordinance. I won't say that don't disagree with the short-term rentals because there are a lot more changes in that. But I think given the conversations, we can wordsmith enough here with our amendments tonight to give proper direction and still do a first reading on it so that we can clean it up further for the second reading and move forward with it.
So let me ask this, Mike. If I come to, because I think 70 is too low. If I come to 75, I can make an amendment for 1 and 2 for any sound that exceeds 75 decibels from its source. From, I think, for 1 and 2, and then the same for the amplified music that can't exceed 75 decibels when played in the nighttime district. And then we amend the 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and add an exemption for the contracted services for the city. And that probably covers most of it.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, is that going to be an amendment? We got to get.
I've got my motion on the
I could
floor.
try to wordsmith it really quick and
We can either do that or we can do them individually. It's up.
You want to do it individually or just let them combine? It'd be easier to combine it and be done with it.
He has to withdraw his if we're going to do it together.
Okay, I withdraw my motion so that we can combine it.
So
You got that?
Okay.
You withdraw your second.
So Josh or Mike, one of y'all want to make an amendment to this?
Well, I
One
mean,
last point, would we want it to say any sound that exceeds 75 decibels when measured from 50 feet from the source or when measured from the source itself?
no, I think the 50 feet, I mean, or we can go back to the property line. I mean,
Okay.
those were
Measured from the
those are the
property line?
two options that we talked about, and Chief Price specifically said, just be definitive as to which you want it to be. Don't be ambiguous. So
Okay.
if we want to do it at 75 decibels at the property line,
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
I'm good.
And then we can take out the any part so that there isn't a confusion, ambiguity otherwise on there. We're all in agreement, the 8 to 9 on the time changes. The contracted vehicles, service vehicles for the city as an exemption.
You have all this, Tracy? Yeah, because we're gonna need
I'll make
somebody
sure.
to spell out. the-
All right, so I'll try to do this really quick. So I move to amend section 91008, A 1 and 2. 1 would read any sound made that exceeds 75 decibels when measured from the property line. 2 would read amplified music which exceeds 75 decibels when measured from the property line. Under subsections B, exemptions, I would like to amend 3 to read the sound produced by construction machinery, heavy equipment, and machines and equipment used for construction, repair, cleaning, and maintenance of buildings, streets, or public or private premises when operated between the hours of 8 a.m. and 7 p.m.
8 a.m. and 9.
Yeah, 9 p.m.
We were going to
Nine-
go back to what the two, to keep them
Okay,
uniform.
so 8 a.m. and 9 p.m.
9 p.m.
So add another,
and 9 p.m.
okay,
That's what the original ordinance.
got
had.
it. So 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And number 8 to read amplified music which exceeds 75 decibels, which is played in the nighttime music district between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. And then I'd like to add an exception 9 to exempt city contracted services.
Why don't we put that in the exemptions?
Yeah, an exempt, yeah.
On
That's
that,
in the
It's
exemptions.
number 9.
in the,
Number 9 in the exceptions. Is that what we,
But that's,
no,
that's,
I think we
no.
should add it to number 3.
oh, add it in number
Yeah,
3?
Add this, the
Okay.
contract service vehicles to
Yeah.
number 3.
Okay, so it would read the sound produced by construction machinery, heavy equipment, and machines and equipment used for construction, repair, cleaning, and maintenance of buildings, streets, or public or private premises, and city contracted services when operated between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Correct.
8 a.m. and 9 p.m. All right, okay.
everybody have that?
Yes.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Still adding to under exemption, city contracted vehicle.
We added it to 3.
To number 3. It could have gone on either, but that, you know. There was more diversity in 3 than there was in
Okay.
2.
All right. Everybody got that? Do I have a motion on the amendment? Approved?
Tracy, do you have that?
Second it.
Okay, we got a motion, and a second. Any more discussion before we vote? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of the amended noise ordinance signify by saying aye.
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 Now we have to vote on that
Now we have to go back and vote on the original noise ordinance
with the-
as
with the
amended,
amendments.
with the amendments included. So all in favor of the amended thing as discussed, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. First reading's done. Appreciate it.
We still got another reading.
Yep. One more reading to go.
Thing we missed, we can always pull it up.
Yep. Okay, next we have an ordinance to amend Part 7 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Beaufort, South Carolina, in Section 3.6.2, C.2 of the Beaufort Code, Development Code, to adopt provisions relating to short-term rentals. This is first reading. Do I have an motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Kurt, you want to.
Sure, I have a presentation, but I'll try to be loud because I think the HVACs might be a noise violation, so. So,
We turned up the volume for you. Am I good now? Okay.
all right. Thanks. Thank you. Oh, go ahead. All right, so this is essentially, as was referenced in the last case, something, the Acrobat reader. So I can get a 7-day trial if anybody wants one. That's okay. There we go. We got it. All right. So this is essentially revising the development code where the short-term rental ordinance currently sits. That was done in 2017, 2018, and creating a new chapter 18 in the municipal code dedicated to short-term rentals, a whole new ordinance. And I think, this was predicated, I think, by council. We had multiple work sessions on it, and there was a staff committee that involved community development, the building official, business license, finance, fire marshal, code enforcement. We also had some planning commission work sessions and meetings, so it's been well vetted. And I think the reason why it's been well vetted, sure, is that in around the country, I just looked up today that in the last few years, 500 cities have updated their short-term rental ordinances in a pretty major fashion. And just in South Carolina, Myrtle Beach last year did a major revision. Charleston just passed a major revision. Hilton Head just passed a major revision, I think just last month. That's going to be effective in May. Folly Beach just passed a major revision. So just in the last less than 12 months, most of the major kind of tourism destinations in South Carolina have visited this. And, the reason being that, obviously these have changed quite a bit, right? And I think from the previous ordinance and the current ordinance, that there were maybe some things that weren't really thought about at the time, or some and that have kind of created some issues that need to be balanced. And those were really some of the exemptions that were built into the ordinance. And, just as these short-term rentals move forward, as you can see from the rest of the communities around the country, especially tourism-related communities, it's just finding that balance, because I think, they have a major impact on housing, but they're also great ways to, promote tourism. So, how do we promote tourism? How do we protect the investments that people that have done short-term rentals and I think we probably all stayed in one or know someone that owns one. But how do we protect those neighborhoods that are being affected by them, and when rents and housing prices go up? And so I think that's really why every community is kind of looking at this, that has kind of a tourism, a heavy tourism presence. So right now, over those work sessions, there was, a lot of citizen and council concern over really the exemption, the 6% exemption over the multiple STRs on some properties within the city. There was concern about the clustering and/or, if you would, concentration of many STRs on one block or in one area. So not just within a neighborhood, the current code has a neighborhood, that has multiple neighborhoods that have a 6% cap, but there was concerns that, say, the block that one of the councilmen lives on, just that block could have, say, 3 short-term rentals, and they could be, all within, just a few feet of each other. Also, there was concern about enforcement of those short-term rental requirements. You heard a lot of, complaints from citizens about noise, about parties, about things of that nature that were impacting the residents. And then their lack of kind of an equitable application for short-term rentals. So right now, what is occurring is if, I had a short-term rental, I could market my property and put it up for sale, and sell it with the idea that that short-term rental would almost vest, but because we would have the new applicant go into the business license office and basically both end their short-term rental, and then this short-term would open up. No one would know that it opened up, but the prospective owner of the property. And this was a way that, I think the investment was essentially protected, but a loophole that maybe prevented other short-term rentals from or other people applying for a short-term rental to have the same investment on their property. So those were the issues that we talked about over a number of meetings. This went a ways back to the Planning Commission in September 15th, 2025. So you have that in your packet and the changes that were recommended. Now that's very important because they did add a sentence, and I think since then we've made some changes, which I'll try to explain. And that's on the middle sentence there. That basically they proposed or recommended to restrict it to owner only short-term rentals. So that was, not really something I think that in a subsequent city council work session that you recommended. So the city attorney and I basically revised the ordinance that it does not take that into account. It keeps with the separation that we'll get into between an investor short-term rental and an owner short-term rental. So we did not take that, but it is their recommendation. That is their formal recommendation, and you do need to consider that recommendation. Again, I think I talked about the code restructuring, sorry, I can't talk. But some of the major changes, and we can go over them all, but they're all in your packet. And I don't know that, you've heard this, I think 5 times, you've had 5 work sessions on this. But the clustering was a major change. And so, as referenced before, a lot of communities around the country, pretty much every community that has a major tourism sector has done a major rewrite of their short-term rental ordinance in the last 2 or 3 years. And so clustering is something that's been looked at throughout the country. And we went with the basically block equivalent in Beaufort, which is about 300 feet, especially in the historic district. That's somewhat, typical. That's what a lot of the major cities have done, is basically looking at the block. So now we're kind of proposing a property to property line separation of 300 feet. So if that makes sense to everybody, this is kind of common in zoning law, but this would be something that if the mayor opened up a short-term rental and I opened up a short-term rental that was in with 300 feet, we would deny that request. So if that makes some sense. So moving forward, you could no longer have a block with multiple short-term rentals on it. You would have to meet that requirement. We also added that kind of wait list. So, basically you would go on a wait list now. It just wouldn't be, you would, essentially send in the proposed buyer the next day, and they would then acquire their short-term rental license for that potentially capped out neighborhood. Essentially you would make an application and you would go on a wait list like you were buying season tickets for, Clemson or the Packers or something, right? And it could take years, but you would be on a wait list and you would pay the fee. And then when it came your number, then you would get the call and you could make the application. We also listened to you and about, simplifying the licensing for short-term rentals. So, that'll be with your business license renewal as an addendum every year. And also just the chapter itself is now just the short-term rental chapter. So, and the rules of that chapter, as you can see in the code, will be sent with your application, and it'll be sent with that addendum every year. So, you'll have to have an agent essentially that's notified, that we can notify if there's short-term rental issues. So all that'll be sent every year as well. And it's all in the code now. So you had some real concern about, you all thought that they should be grandfathered, the existing short-term rentals, that, the owners of them have put some serious investment into them, and, that would be, I think, you felt that should be continued. And essentially, as you can see from the ordinance, it grandfathers them from April, I think it's 14th or 13th. I'd have to look at the code, but that's your next reading, second reading. If you change, you can obviously change that. But the important thing about this is the way it's written is the status would be lost if it was sold, revoked, or expired. So, essentially you could inherit it, your son, daughter, a son could inherit it, your wife, your husband. But, that's where it stops. So when that happens, then, that short-term rental is essentially, that was grandfathered. If you're capped out or you don't want to continue it, that short-term rental license would go away essentially. But it could could continue in perpetuity as long as you kept it up, if that makes some sense. So, we also limited to one per lot, for both owner occupied and investor occupied, properties. And there was a lot of concern about accessory dwelling units. There were some situations where multiple accessory dwelling units, because of the way the code is written right now, had short-term rentals on them. So it was becoming, kind of impactful upon the neighbors. So now only the owner occupied short-term rentals. And, we're differentiating between the owner occupied and the investor occupied. I don't want to bore you. I know we've talked about this a number of meetings, but we've basically decided that you can do it on the carriage houses or the accessory dwelling units if it's owner occupied only. So that implies that the owner would be living in the house and they would take care over that property and any of these major concerns about, all the externalities that a short-term rental could create would be essentially mitigated by the owner living there. And so that was kind of a thought but if you were an investor, short-term rental, that ability would be lost. You would not be allowed to use your carriage house, et cetera, anymore as a short-term rental. So if that all makes sense, those are kind of the core changes. We did a GIS analysis of it about the clustering, since we have a GIS analyst now. And she looked at really everything, and she looked at multiple distances. She looked at the current, all the zoning districts, all the active rentals. We right now have 223 with 20, so it's actually a little higher, but and she did a heat map and she looked at the 6% cap as well. And what she basically concluded is the 6% cap, basically doesn't really work for clustering. And some neighborhoods basically, it's really some neighborhoods are just capped out, essentially. So,
Do we have clustering?
say that again.
Do we have clustering?
Yeah, we do have clustering in a few districts and they're all in the downtown. And so that's what the heat map kind of shows, is where you see the red or the white hot there. That's where we have the clustering. That's where most of them are.
Those are the areas that were exempted before.
That's correct. And so
So the 6%, including them, would have eliminated the clustering.
no, that's the issue, is the clustering. The clustering is the 300 feet. And so a lot of those streets have multiple, the 6%
My
doesn't
point
stop.
was,
the
if they'd
Because
been
it's T4
included in the 6% though, they wouldn't have been allowed.
If it was capped out at 6%, essentially no additional short-term rentals would be allowed. Yeah.
Right. My point, Kurt, is
Sure.
the 6% didn't apply to those areas. We changed that in the first reiteration. Had they been applied, did CAT look at it with from the standpoint if they had been included in the 6%, whether or not the clustering was addressed?
She did, yes.
And she concluded that it wouldn't have addressed it?
She concluded, this is what she concluded. So, she said it does not prevent the clustering with the 6% cap, as per her analysis. So.
I have two questions.
So
Sure.
I would
Question.
disagree
That-
with that. So
All right, Councilman Mitchell.
So, yeah, so, Kurt, do we have neighborhoods now where the 6% cap
yes,
is exceeded?
Yes.
So in a case where the 6% cap currently is exceeded, when would be the first opportunity that a new short-term rental could exist or be granted in that neighborhood?
Well, in the current situation, I think going back to that wait list idea is that it's probably unlikely that something new is going to come up unless the owner of an existing short-term rental sells it to a prospective owner that does not want to continue the short-term rental. And so that's,
well, if he sells
So
it,
I'm-
he doesn't have the right to continue.
Under this, he does.
I'm trying to,
they do not have a right to it, correct, but what's been happening, I think, because of the way the ordinance is written is often, not always, just often, this is a unintended consequences that right is somewhat being sold with the property. Now, that's just happening a lot.
But we've
So.
corrected it in this.
With this ordinance would correct that. So you go on a wait list. And so, right now, I don't, this code would not change the 6%. The districts, I think maybe this is the deeper question. The few districts, neighborhoods that are at the 6% cap now with these changes would essentially almost stay the same. The difference being because they're capped out as it is, right? And we're grandfathering the existing ones. The difference is that, should there be changes or should those basically, should people stop doing their short-term rentals, is that they couldn't open up a short-term rental right next to your house if there were maybe 3 already on your street. And that you might have a chance if you applied now to get a short-term rental in a quicker, more equitable nature. Hopefully that makes some sense.
So I would assume that at some point, whenever in the future, that number that's over 6% is going to go away. Yeah, I mean, I suspect that it's not always going to be inherited by a relative.
Right.
So at some point in the future, that portion that's grandfathered in now will go away, right?
Correct.
One would assume, yeah.
Yeah. So, and when it goes away, then I would assume that that's when the wait list would apply, because now it'll be at 6%. And then if someone else, sells their property or whatever, then one more person can apply. Is that the correct understanding?
That is the way the ordinance is written.
Well, technically, the neighborhoods that are over cap right now would have to come to or below the 6%.
Correct.
So there are 11 properties in one neighborhood that will have to go away before anybody on a wait list would have an opportunity to put
Correct.
more short-term rental in that neighborhood.
That's my.
So I mean, the attrition will happen, but it will be in 2 neighborhoods, it's going to take a very long time.
That is
Likely.
very likely.
So,
Real quick, because I'm interpreting it different than that. So I'm just going to focus in on page 184 in the packet. So the first page talks about, this is Exhibit A. The first page talks about definitions. Second page talks about the requirements, section 7-18002. So when I read 1, it says no more than 6% of the dwelling units in the neighborhoods as shown on the City of Beaufort neighborhood maps zoned T3S, T3N, T4HN, T4N, and T5UC may be short-term rentals. However, any properly permitted and licensed short-term rental operating before April 14th of 2026 shall not be counted toward the 6% cap unless and until there is conveyance of the short-term rental. So for me, I think that they absolutely should count toward the 6% cap. And in instances where that 6% cap is exceeded, then fine. We wait until those that have been grandfathered in fall off and we retain that 6%. But if you start off by not counting the currently licensed short-term rentals from counting toward the 6% cap at all, you're basically restarting that 6%, number one. Number two, you're basing it off of dwelling units here. And I think the current ordinance bases it off of lots. And so I would suggest that we go back to residential lots, because if we base our 6% number on dwelling units and we define dwelling units as a room or group of internally connected rooms, then we would substantially increase that percentage or the number of short-term rentals that would be allowed, because 6% of the dwelling units in the city is a lot more than 6% of the residentially zoned lots in the city. So those would be my first 2 points.
It would be 6% of the neighborhood.
Right.
6% of the residentially zoned lots in the given neighborhood. Right.
Right. It wouldn't be 6% of all the houses.
Right, right.
The way the ordinance is written, the 6%, and then the grandfather 6%, so you got up to 12%.
Yeah,
So
no,
we got- that's got to
I'm
be
sure that was not an
eliminated.
intended consequence in this statement, so.
I mean, I think we were listening to your comments about, really wanting to preserve the people's rights that have them. And so,
Yeah,
I think, I can get with Ben and we can maybe propose a different sentence there for second reading where we're still grandfathering, but we're not basically exempting it from that.
Well, and I'm prepared to make a motion to amend that once we get to that point, but I did want to bring up, and this is going to be pretty controversial as well. And I hate that because it shouldn't be, but number 4, short-term rentals are prohibited in the Point neighborhood. And I wasn't around when that originally was discussed or put into the ordinance. And I'm sure that most of the Point neighborhood does not want short-term rentals in their neighborhood. I think the problem becomes when we put language in here that allows for a special privilege in one neighborhood, we open ourselves up to potentially needing to provide that for every neighborhood that lobbies the same and requests to be prohibited from any short-term rentals being allowed. And so I think there's merit in the discussion of whether or not we should continue to allow the Point neighborhood to be prohibited. The good thing is if most of the neighbors still feel the same about short-term rentals, then likely they're not going to see them. If you can show a paper where hundreds of people have signed that they don't want it in any given neighborhood, you're probably not going to see them do this thing. And instead of us prohibiting it in our ordinance, I think that we should consider removing that.
I would like to echo Councilman Scalati's opinion. When I was reading this, that really jumped out at me. It almost implies a sense of favoritism to one neighborhood versus the other. And one of my constituents said, well, hey, I want my neighborhood to be I want that to be apply to my neighborhood too. And my sentiment is that since we're going to have this ordinance, and we're talking about the city and we're talking about the historic district, the Point, the Bluff, and some of these other more expensive areas are not the only ones that's in the historic district. And the pain of these short-term rentals really don't rest in the Bluff or in the Point. They rest in places like Northwest Quadrant. Okay. So I agree with Councilman Scaletti. If the neighbors don't want short-term rentals, and I suspect many of them in that area probably don't, they'll regulate themselves, and it should be removed.
That was a leftover from the one leftover from the old code, and I guess I don't have any opinion on it other than it was just a leftover from the current code that I think it's up to you if you want to keep or not. So
Another thing, Kurt, in the moving down on, I'm still on that same page, the accessory structures as short-term rentals. The way it reads here, it's accessory structures to include without limitation accessory dwelling units, carriage houses, or pool houses shall not be used as investor short-term rentals. So this is the example that I have in my head. If I am an investor and I purchase a piece of property with one house on it, I could use that as a short-term rental, right? So long as I'm within the 6% cap and I don't have anybody else within 300 feet of me, I can do it. However, if I'm an investor and I buy a property that has a main house and an accessory dwelling unit, and I decide that I want to rent out the main house long-term, but I want to use the ADU as a short-term rental, this would prohibit me, and the justification would be because you don't have an owner on site. And you wouldn't have an owner on site if you were doing a short-term rental as an investor for just the main house if you didn't have an accessory dwelling unit. So I think that it's important for us to establish the criteria in here that you have a property manager, that property manager can respond within a expected period of time, which we have, and that we have a 6% cap to govern the amount of short-term rentals. But I don't see value in restricting an investor from using his or her short-term rental or the accessory dwelling unit as a short-term rental, so long as it's the only one for that property, it's within the 6%, and they don't have anybody else within 300 feet of them doing the same thing.
well, I think to respond, if I may, I think you make some good points with that. I think the concern when we went back to the balance of this and around the country is housing affordability and also the impact of short-term rentals on neighborhoods. And I think what we were hearing is that if you rent out the house and then you also build a carriage house, you've basically doubled the density of your lot and impacted the neighbors around you for an investment purpose, maybe not so much for the benefit of the neighborhood, right? And so that was why it was restricted. That's just, again, you know, a staff level opinion. It's your decision, but it was the thought that, you know, these are starting, you know, that's why we're regulating them. It's because they're having some unintended consequences, some positive consequences, but, you know, that's doubling the impact essentially of this property to the neighbors with, you know, basically both properties are now being rented out. You know, one could be 31 days and, you know, then it could be rented every 31 days and the others could be every 2 nights, right? And so
Well,
that's
those
a
are
big
two
impact.
different, and those are two different needs in the
They are
community.
two
You do
different.
have,
They are two
those
different.
short-term needs and you also have those long-term, you also have that midterm. And so I think that regulating the amount through the 6% cap is appropriate, but I don't think that we should further regulate by saying that an investor that has an accessory dwelling unit on their property can't use that as a short-term rental. Would you say the same for a garage apartment? I mean, I don't think that we should get into regulating that past what we have already in here. And so I don't know what the rest of council feels, but I just wanted to bring that up because to me, it's really no different. If you have 2 residential units on a property, you're saying that you can do a short-term rental for the main house, but you can't for the accessory dwelling when it may make sense for you to do that in some cases.
But you have that
Just trying
300
to
foot,
give you the reason.
What's that?
you have that 300 foot.
You have that 300-foot requirement, so you're going to prevent clustering. You have the cap in place, so you're going to prevent, you know, the overpressurized neighborhoods. So I think that we cover our bases well without that additional language in there.
And also, if I may, if you see number 3, we're also very clear there shall be no more than 1 STR per parcel of real property. So,
Exactly.
I mean, but still, you know, again, that would increase the impact, I think, on the community. So that was the reason why. So I'm
And
just letting you know.
that further justifies it because you're restricting any more than 1 short-term rental per parcel. And so you would restrict both of those residential units from being used as short-term rentals. And the reason is, as you identified, you don't want too many of them when you have a need for housing or a housing shortage, right? So,
But Josh, couldn't one of the units be used? You're saying there are 2 units on 1 parcel?
One
well,
could
I'm
be
saying,
used.
One could be used,
Yeah.
right?
That's
well-
what he's saying, but it says you can't. The
Yes.
ISTR doesn't allow that. And
I
we're saying
think-
it should.
I think that either one should be able to
The
be
one.
used as a short-term rental, not both, but either one of them should be able to be used as a short-term rental, and this language wouldn't allow that. And then, speaking to some constituents who fall in a special situation, I'm prepared to also make an amendment that, allows for more than 1 short-term rental license with a special exception and
If all other things apply.
if all other things apply, right? And so I don't know, that kind of is the meat and potatoes of the concerns that I had with this language. I know this is first reading, and what I would not want to do is see us postpone this because it's been waited on for so long. You know, I know that it showed here that it came through the planning commission in September. I know that this was a point of conversation when I first got on council years ago. And really the idea was close the exemptions that have allowed for clustering in downtown neighborhoods, the T4N not having a 6% cap. And then that kind of morphed into, you know, redoing the entire thing. But if you guys are okay with it, I'm prepared to make amendments for at least the stuff that I've outlined.
Any other?
The exemption, there are several things though with the exemption because the clustering is going to preclude the multiples.
Can I,
It's going to have to, the exemption is going to have to go across several different phases in order to provide it. I think it has to be viewed on a case-by-case basis.
that's what I'm thinking. So if I read the language that I have that covers that specific portion, and then maybe you could tell me where you don't feel the same or where we can tweak it.
Okay.
Special exception for multiple short-term rentals per parcel. The zoning board of appeals or other designated review body may grant a special exception to allow more than one short-term rental per parcel upon application and public hearing, provided the applicant demonstrates, one, the multiple short-term rentals were lawfully established and operating or permitted prior to the effective date of this amendment. Two, the property was purchased or developed with reasonable reliance on the ability to maintain multiple short-term rentals. Examples would be based on prior approvals, site plans, or vested rights. And three, granting the exception will not materially undermine the purposes of the citywide cap, adjacency requirements, or neighborhood character. The special exceptions shall be subject to such conditions as the reviewing body deems necessary to mitigate impacts.
Now we'll go before the zoning board of appeals.
If I may,
Yep.
Councilman, this is moving out of the development code. And so I think we would need to check with the city attorney, since it's basically going into a chapter related to business licensing. That the zoning board of appeals would have standing to hear, because they would no longer, a special exceptions, a zoning kind of term and rule and law based on planning and zoning statute in the state. And so I think we would need to check with the city attorney to kind of, I think it actually comes to the city council appeals to like a business license. Right now they do. So if you would, you know, your language, I'm not disagreeing with or anything. I just think the zoning board of appeals might not statutorily be able to hear such a case. It might be city council.
What about if I just amended this to basically say the appropriate review body and then
And
once
then
it
we
gets
could work on it. and
in between first and
comes-
second reading?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
that would be great.
And would it be us? I mean, since this is an
I
ordinance?
think so, but I'll defer to the city attorney. I'm
Okay.
almost sure, since I regulate planning and zoning law, that it wouldn't be the planning and zoning, the zoning board of appeals.
No,
So,
I would agree.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I didn't know you had CBOA, but the appropriate body, we'll figure out what it needs to be.
Okay, so I'll just put appropriate body and then you guys can go over it.
Figure it
between
out,
first and
it's like-
second
Got
reading.
a question that's a little bit out there. Transfer of the property, it can go from the parents to the heirs, correct? What about if it's in a LLC or corporation? It could just keep passing down to somebody forever. They just sell the corporation.
We have that basically right in the first part.
Okay,
Legal residence, okay, dwelling unit, investment, where is it? Conveyance, accessible transfer of interest in real estate triggering appraisal, it's somewhere here.
okay.
What page is that on, dude?
Let's have to find it. Let's see.
And I missed it, but I just want to make sure it can't go in forever, just keep transferring. You just sell the LLC or,
See any of that verbiage, actually.
I don't either.
I'll make sure of.
Like a
that,
little loophole.
By the second, because that was in the original draft, so I'll need to check with,
okay, I couldn't find
with,
it.
Ben on that.
Thank you.
Another issue that I had, in one of the original iterations, we had specific three-strike issues with reference to nuisances and otherwise, which didn't, the only thing that's referenced in the enforcement here has to do with licensure and not with reference to nuisance or any kind of. And we had long conversation about that. So that needs to be brought back into it as well.
I think the city attorney decided that he revised that section and he felt that this was more enforceable, so I obviously deferred to him on that, but I can bring that back up.
Well, the enforcement wouldn't preclude a property owner. Because he's violating the business licensure and the enforcement there, and he's not violating anything with reference to nuisance in the neighborhood from the standpoint of police coming and arresting people at the short-term rental. That's
If you would like, I'll,
If there's
Bring that
legal
up.
reason he said it needed to be out of it, then.
yes,
bring it.
I will definitely have him kind of address that, or we will, before second reading.
Because that started the entire conversation.
Yeah, I had a three strike policy from, one of the many other communities that have done this, so.
Okay, so we have the option of postponing or going ahead with an amendment in first reading.
I would say go ahead with the amendments.
Before we do
Okay,
that,
Councilman.
on this conveyance, there's, on page 183, under, 718001I. I'd have to know what that SC code means to understand that.
What is it?
There it is. It's under I.
I.
It's 818001I. It's conveyance and an accessible transfer of interest in real estate triggering an appraisal and reassessment for taxation purposes. It is defined in the South Carolina Code 1237-3150. So they're saying that if it transfers without being inherited, then that triggers it being no longer valid.
That's right. I was trying to find it, but I couldn't
But
find it.
The
right
issue
here.
was an LLC could transfer to 82 members and it would never transfer title.
We
So
will
we need to
have to
add
resolve
a
that.
clause that
Exactly.
excludes. and
That's
that
what I was
might-
getting
and that
at.
might actually apply to FinCEN right now too.
Okay.
Because the new statute, the new national statute regards FinCEN. LLCs have to identify the general partners and the conveyances have to be in those names for legal purposes. So that may give us the right. We may be able to use FinCEN in this ordinance. So
Okay.
Sorry, Mike, what are you saying? Something, Sim?
FinCEN, FINCEN.
What does
It's-
that mean?
It's a federal ordinance that is created by the Department of Justice, which requires that LLCs in conveying their property have to identify general partners. The general partners have to be given, they have to be noticed from the transfer of the property because there's been money laundering that has occurred through LLCs without them knowing that
Who are they?
Juan Valdez was doing it. Whatever.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at.
All right, so do we want to go ahead, do an amended motion on this? And Kurt, you're going to work on the other things. that
Well,
were
once
brought up?
then I think you all make a motion, I'll.
Okay.
So
definitely,
would this work if I made a motion to amend the sections we discussed and then there'd be an understanding that, planning department and legal would talk about fencing, if that could tie in, and then a three strike policy?
Not FinCEN, not with, you mean, and talk about this.
Yeah, two separate things, yeah.
And the enforcement to include nuisance
Nuisance
strikes against the property.
Yeah.
and some kind of appeal or special, some kind of exception that you would like to create.
And I was not gonna make the amendment for that language, those two things, just because, that would probably be, at
He's got to find out.
level, yeah, he's gotta find out. So if
Well,
it
if
could
we-
just be,
You could include it with the appropriate
It's a
body.
recommendation.
okay,
And then let Ben vet it and determine exactly whether or not what the appropriate body is. If it comes back to council, if it's a staff administration decision, whatever.
okay.
Are you ready to make
I
an
think that could
amendment?
be a recommendation, right? And we can
Yes.
study it and bring it back.
Okay, so
Are you doing the Scrivener things with the percentages too? The cap,
yeah,
the
yes,
verbiage? Okay.
yep.
And
Okay,
the accessory dwelling unit, I think you wanted to
Mhm.
strike for investors.
Strike the
So-
STR.
It's up to you. Just, you mentioned it before, so.
if you guys want to go to page 184 and just kind of follow along and then make sure I'm doing it right. I move that we amend section 7-18002 of the city code titled Requirements for Licensure of Short-Term Rentals by striking the current language in A1, A3, A4, and C1 and replacing it with the following amended text. A1, no more than 6% of the residential lots in the neighborhoods as shown on the City of Beaufort neighborhood map may be short-term rentals. A3, there shall be no more than one short-term rental per parcel of real property except as provided in subsection 4 below. Strike 4 as it is. And 4 would become special exception for multiple short-term rentals per parcel. The appropriate designated review body may grant a special exception to allow more than one short-term rental per parcel upon application and public hearing, provided the applicant demonstrates, 1, the multiple short-term rentals were lawfully established and operating or permitted prior to the effective date of this amendment. 2, the property was purchased or developed with reasonable reliance on the ability to maintain multiple short-term rentals, e.g. based on prior approvals, site plans, or vested rights. And 3, granting the exception will not materially undermine the purpose of the citywide cap, adjacency requirements, or neighborhood character. The special exception shall be subject to such conditions as the reviewing body deems necessary to mitigate impacts. And C1 would be struck as accessory structures may be used as short-term rentals, subject to the other provisions, including the 1 per parcel limit in A3.
Actually, you could probably consolidate 1 and 2 in number 2 and just remove the OSTR. Accessory structures may be used as a subject to the provisions that there are no more than 1 STR on a property.
I think that would be
Right.
the cleaner way to do it.
Okay.
Just drop C1 and add, and remove the OSTR from C2.
Just to STR, just remove the O.
Okay.
Okay. And then there's the understanding that
Discussion on this, because I've got some.
we'll talk about the
That
3
the
strike
infractions, the
policy, yeah.
enforcement should include infractions with reference to nuisances and nuisances.
Okay,
That's the motion.
so that's the motion.
And he may have had a reason for that legally, which he needs to
We'll
bring back
find
to
out.
us. Yeah.
You got a
The
second?
motion's on the table, an amended motion, so do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion on this?
Yes, I have a problem with, I like everything you said, except for number 4 about the Old Point. I feel like the Old Point should still be exempt. And
One?
the Old Point,
The point.
the point,
Under
I feel should be
there.
exempt. And I can't vote for this because of I feel like it should be exempt.
Can you,
I can historically tell you that the Point Neighborhood Association brought signatures from every property owner that they did not want short-term rentals in the Point. And that was the reason that we allowed that prioritization.
Yeah.
but I don't think that that should mean that we apply privilege to that neighborhood. By default, if every neighbor in the neighborhood doesn't want a short-term rental, they're not going to have a short-term rental. But I think if we say that we are going to prohibit it in this neighborhood, then that could become spot zoning, and then we would be subjected to also provide that same privilege for every other neighborhood that may show up and want the same thing. And so
But-
that's where my hesitation comes from.
What that tells me, Mike, is that if we remove the language so that it's fair across the board, that there won't be short-term rentals in Old Point anyway, because you're saying nobody wants it. But for us to give privilege to one neighborhood over the other, I can't go with that.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the history.
I mean, we wouldn't do the same thing if Old Commons came and did the same thing, right? I
You'd
think.
you'd have to get every signature.
I think, well, I mean, they could, it's not conceivable that they can't get it. It's not conceivable. We assume that they can't get it because of the nature of the neighborhood. But it's not inconceivable that they could do that. And then you have another problem. If we just do it across the board, the neighborhood doesn't want short-term rentals, no one rents. That solves the problem.
For now. Okay, we have an amended motion on the floor. Any more discussion?
You said mine.
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes. We have to go back to the original. Approval of the ordinance as amended for the short-term rentals. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Ayes have it. Okay, we now go to ordinance to amend chapters 2 and 3, part 6 of the City Code of Ordinances to revise sections relating to weeds, litter, trash, and other matters related thereto. This is first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. All right, Kurt, you want to address this, or Ken?
Yeah, I'll bring Ken up here, but the long and short of this was at the work session last month, but for weeds and trash and litter, instead of basically, we would basically be putting the cost to remediate the services on the tax bill instead of on the property itself. We feel like that would be more easily enforceable for a lot of the kind of out of town and heirs properties that we're having a hard time kind of enforcing these level of ordinances on. And we would think that they would basically then have the responsibility to get these issues kind of resolved in a more timely manner. Otherwise, the city would affect to basically clean up the properties and put those costs on that property owner on their tax bill. So that's basically what we're talking about. So I'll give it over to Ken, who
Okay.
kind of spearheaded this effort just because of all the issues he's had over the years with
Okay.
the other process, which has not been working very well.
Okay. Ken?
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. At the work session, you sent me away with some homework to look at maybe how we were going to cost this thing out, hourly rate or something of that nature to determine how we would charge folks if we were to abate some of these issues. So I worked with Director of Public Works, Nate Farrow, and he helped me do that because we wanted to keep this in-house. And he came up with a cost structure that included 2 personnel at an average rate for that classification, a person who does that work. And then he also used FEMA guidelines and FEMA rates for cleanup regarding use of equipment, trucks, tools, those type of things. We've come up with a figure of about $95 an hour and some change. Now, that's the high end of the spectrum. Obviously, if we didn't need to use some equipment, if a chainsaw wasn't required in one project, costs could come off of that. The challenge for us was trying to really do a fair market rate as close as we could. We didn't want to give a deal, and now everyone is of the opinion that, well, I'll just let the city do it. The city's got a better deal than contractor ABC, so we feel this is a fair rate. I think we still want to vet that a little more, to be quite honest with you, with some commercial contractors, just to dial in the right number. But I think that's fairly close, to be quite honest with you. The second thing you sent me away to look at was, what are other communities doing? And I talked to 5 of them: Hilton Head, Bluffton, Charleston, Port Royal, and Beaufort County. 3 out of the 5 have the means to put abatement cost as a lien on the property, much as we have right now. The other 2 actually have the means to collect under municipal taxes, which is what we're proposing for this amendment. Surprisingly so, none of them ever recall using it or putting it into play. I think Charleston told me that they have enough personnel, and if it's not that big a deal, they'll just go do it themselves with their equipment and not even charge the property, which I don't think is the right way to go. So it was kind of a hodgepodge. Everybody has something, everybody's doing it a little differently, but nobody really seemed to recall the last time they ever did this. I think we have enough properties here, and I've been here long enough to tell you that we do have some challenges, and that I think this is a really good step forward to get property owners and those people responsible to start taking care of their own properties.
Okay.
So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from council?
No questions, but I do just want to thank you for looking into those things that were brought up in the work session and coming up with the figure, because that was the concern, was that we were making sure that the cost were reasonable for the same services if the city wasn't doing it. But I know for myself, I didn't even think about the fact that people might think, oh, well, you know what, the city's cutting us a deal, so we'll just wait for them. But the fact that you did and brought that up, I just want to say thank you and appreciate it. Hopefully this works.
Thank you, council.
Anyone else?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear, probably part of that noise conversation we had earlier. But you mentioned trying to compare the costs between the contractor and if the city does it. Could you speak to that again?
Yeah, I think, Nate and I discussed it, and I'm going to defer to Nate because that's really his bailiwick. He knows what it costs to do some of this work based upon and the hours it would take. But I think we've come up with a number, but I think we'd just like to vet it to make sure it's the right number. That maybe compare it with some commercial quotes. Reach out to some contractors to see if they would assist us in determining, are we in the ballpark here? But again, to the point we made earlier, we don't want to become caretakers of properties because it's cheaper for the city to do it and bill me later.
Well, the city, regardless of how you do it, the city is trying to recoup the costs,
Correct,
right?
correct.
So I would suggest that we at least entertain when we start talking to whoever may bid, for Nate to say what it would cost him if we were doing it in-house.
Correct.
Because otherwise, I mean, regardless of whether we pay a contractor or whether we pay an additional worker on Nate's staff,
Right.
it's gonna be coming out of the city's budget.
Well, and I think that's the challenge really, because I don't want to overtax Nate's staff. or
But you're
Director
gonna be
Fred's
hiring
staff.
2 more employees, right? I mean, it's not like he's gonna be doing it with the same.
That I don't
employees.
know. I'm not part of that, that
Well, if
conversation.
a contractor does it, I mean, the people gotta have to come from somewhere, whether it comes from the contractor, whether it
Correct.
comes from in-house,
Yes, sir.
right?
Sure.
It's not like we're gonna have to hire and the contractor does not. So
Right.
I don't, Nate, did you want to make any comments on this?
Yeah, I think Ken did a very good job explaining most of it, but the problem that I had when I was trying to compare the cost was there's a big difference between just coming and cutting a property and cleaning it up. Between having a property that's sat for possibly 6 months to a year, there's a higher one-time cleanup rate whenever you look at different landscape companies to come out. Some of the problem that when I was comparing pricing to kind of just give a basic per hour per equipment with the FEMA rates was what I was comparing to was like a major leaf and debris cleanup, right? For a one time, let's get the yard back into shape and we come out there. That cost ranged anywhere from $200 to $400 for that cleanup. A lot of these houses and properties are in worse condition than just doing leaf cleanup. I mean, me and Ken went and looked, at a property today, just as kind of an example to say, hey, what would this cost? And, I do believe that it would probably cost from a landscaper a lot more than that $95 to $100 an hour that we would charge to go out there, because there was quite a bit of, larger down limbs, vines growing on the house. If we're really wanting to clean the property up and make it, not pristine, but presentable to the neighborhood. So those are the costs that I think me and Ken are still gonna have to go down the road and try to figure out that one-time cleanup from landscapers versus like an hourly rate when, you're looking at different properties that could range from, an eighth of an acre all the way up to an acre. And those costs vary kind of wildly when we looked at some of the different places that I looked at.
Yeah. So one last comment on this subject anyway. I don't have a better solution, so I'll say that up front. But I suspect that many of these properties the owners are already financially stressed. And what we're going to do is going to add an additional burden to that financial stress. So that's why I think it's so important that we try to figure out whichever way is going to minimize that additional financial stress that we go with, whether it's in-house or out. I'm not favoring one or the other. I don't have enough knowledge to make a comment on that, but that's why I'm trying to go with this.
Council, I really appreciate that statement, because I have that same concern. We could do the easy thing and get a summons to someone, it's $1,000, and there's $1,000 they could have spent to get their yard cleaned, which I prefer they do. I can assure you that this is never on a whim. This is after exhaustive efforts to actually get the people responsible or family members to actually do the cleanup. And then it gets beyond to a point where folks in the neighborhood are complaining because it becomes a haven for rodents and raccoons and trash being dumped and other things. So this action, when we take it, will be after exhaustive measures of trying to get someone responsible to do the cleanup. So I do appreciate that, and we did take that into consideration. I don't see this as being levied on a regular basis, to be quite honest with you. I think it demonstrates that the city is serious about getting these properties cleaned and in good shape for these neighborhoods. And that if we do this one time, I'm pretty confident folks are going to just get it maintained because it'll be cheaper in the long run to maintain it than to have us come and clean it after it gets to such, a large issue.
Well, I appreciate that, Ken. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for all you do and your how conscientious you are with the people. I've seen how you deal with them. Just want to say thank you.
Thank you, counselors. I've got great partners, Nate and the rest of the city. They all help me extremely well. So I'd like to take all the credit, but it's not true. It's a good team here. So thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Any other questions for Ken while he's up? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of this motion, the amendment, the ordinance amending Part 6 for of the city code for, to weed, litter, and trash, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. Next up is an ordinance amending Part 6, Health and Sanitation, Chapter 6, Single-Use Plastic Bags. This is first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Scott, you want to brief us on this?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. 8 years ago, Beaufort County, in conjunction with all the municipalities within it, adopted a uniform ordinance to restrict the use of single-use plastic carryout bags. That was part of a broader effort to protect the environment, waterways, and public infrastructure. Since the adoption of these provisions, retailers and suppliers increasingly have distributed thicker plastic bags marked as reusable. While technically different from traditional single-use bags, they're often only used once and ultimately contribute to the same environmental concerns. The amendments that I bring to you tonight, and I'm joined here tonight by Rob and Juliana from the county, and they can help answer any deep technical questions on this. But the amendments I'm bringing you tonight extend beyond just plastic bags. They expand the plastic bag ordinance into a broader set of regulations that address several types of disposable plastic and foam products. The key changes involve the expansion of scope. The ordinance moves beyond single-use plastic carryout bags and addresses expanded polyester foam products, plastic straws and plastic cutlery, disposable food serviceware, and it represents the most substantive policy change, turning the chapter into a broader single-use plastics and foam reduction ordinance rather than one limited to just bags. The purpose of the section is to revise and emphasize several policy objectives. 1, to reduce environmental impacts from disposable plastics. 2, to extend the lifespan of public infrastructure affected by plastic waste. It's meant to encourage reusable bags and recyclable paper bag alternatives. It's meant to eliminate distribution of plastic carryout bags and expanded foam food containers. And it's meant to limit the distribution of plastic straws and cutlery. The ordinance also clarifies that it does not impose a tax or fee on plastic products. There are some definitions that have been expanded, which include the definition of a business establishment, the definition of disposable food serviceware, the definition of expanded polyester foam, the definition of a reusable carryout bag. The revised regulatory provisions would prohibit single-use plastic carryout bags and EPF food serviceware at city facilities, city-sponsored events, and events held on city property. It would prohibit businesses within the city limits from providing single-use plastic bags or EPF disposable food serviceware to customers. It would require plastic straws and plastic cutlery to be provided only upon customer request or through self-service stations. And it would encourage businesses to promote reusable and recyclable bags to customers. The exemptions under this ordinance are also expanded with this amendment. And the exemptions would include bags that are used for produce, bulk foods, meats, and bakery items, medical and pharmacy bags, packaging required by state or federal food safety regulations, emergency response situations, certain nonprofit distribution activities, foam packaging used in construction materials or products encapsulated in durable materials, and items packaged outside Beaufort County and delivered into the county. The penalty structure remains largely unchanged, but reiterates that violations after written warning may result in $100 for the first fine, a $100 fine for the first violation, $200 for the second violation within 12 months, and $500 for additional violations. Repeated violations may also lead to business license suspension or revocation. The amendments would take effect 8 months after adoption, only provided that all municipalities in Beaufort County adopt a substantially similar ordinance. It would also require the city to evaluate the ordinance's effectiveness after 3 years through stakeholder input and data collection. In short, these amendments significantly broaden the city's plastic bag ordinance into a comprehensive single-use plastics reduction policy, adding restrictions on foam food containers and regulating the distribution of plastic straws and cutlery while maintaining exemptions for health, safety, and practical business operation. I do have one amendment that I will recommend to you for the ordinance that's in front of you. And the recommended amendment is to section 6-6004 to add to the exemptions churches and nonprofits from the ban on styrofoam and disposable food serviceware.
So they're already exempt bags used for 501c3 organizations associated with schools, religious groups, and humanitarian organizations to distribute food, grocery products, clothing, and other household items. Does that capture what you were amending?
This would also extend the exemption to styrofoam and disposable food containers in addition to the plastic bags.
Okay.
Well,
Hey, Scott, maybe I missed it, but could you explain why the schools would be exempt or churches?
I'm going to defer to Rob or Juliana on that. I know they covered the exemptions extensively, and they've taken this through a council committee already as well, so they may have an answer to a lot of these questions.
Thanks.
Well, good evening, members of council. So you had a question about the exemptions?
Yeah, that was church.
Oh, in churches.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was my question. It was, I was asking Scott, now you, why schools and churches would be exempted.
Yeah, I mean, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this was just simply not to burden, nonprofits, those types of organizations with this ordinance, to provide more flexibility to those.
Well, I shared a slightly probably different perspective, is that wouldn't it be nice for the schools, the young children to start getting in the mindset of this, what we're trying to do, so when they become adults, they'll already be kind of, this is the way we do it. They won't even be thinking about another way. And for churches, I think this may be too much of an assumption, but I think most folks who go to church are responsible people and will understand why we're doing this. And probably many of the folks who are really pushing this ordinance are church people. So I think it would be an easy sell at the churches and also probably at the schools in terms of teaching responsibility and environmentally friendly attitudes. And set the students up. I mean, if there's a right way to do something and you never know a wrong way, when you become adults, you just keep doing it that way. And after a while, this stuff will become pretty much institutionalized.
Thank you. And I think we can take that back to our council as well to let them know that that's a concern coming from the city. And the way the ordinance is written from the county's draft is that municipalities can adopt substantially similar ordinances. So if that's a step that the city would like to take, perfectly acceptable.
And I would just echo the support for Councilman Mitchell's comment there, because if this is a burden that we're willing to put on the private sector for the betterment of the community, and that's how we justify it, then I think for state-funded or federally funded organizations and schools and stuff, then they should lead by example and do the same, even though we could agree that maybe there is going to be some cost impact to this. I I didn't realize how much of a green proponent I was until I got up here and started seeing things like this. But I really do tend to support initiatives that protect our environment and was a supporter of the balloon ban. There was a little bit of a difference for me in that and this. And that difference is one is banning the release after the purchase, and this is banning the vendor from selling it altogether. So just bringing up, there is a difference there. I am leaning towards voting in favor of this, but I did want to bring up some concerns that I had. And maybe you guys can explain to me if I'm misreading it or misinterpreting something. But so chapter 6 up at the top, it says plastic bags, straws, cutlery, and expanded polyester foam products. So that's in the title. And then in the exemptions, M specifically, page 216 in our packet, it exempts plastic straws and plastic cutlery. So if the chapter is in bold titled plastic bags, straws, and cutlery, I don't know that the exemption should be for the exact same, which it specifically states this chapter shall not apply to plastic straws and plastic cutlery is the way that I'm interpreting that. Is that?
Yes, so the way the exemption is written for plastic straws and plastic cutlery, oh, I do see that included here and here. Hold on one second. I think I'm just gonna look at our county's example.
While you're looking at it, Juliana, to me, it's just talking about plastic bags, straws, cutlery and all that. And when you get down into the meat of it, it does exempt straws and cutlery. It sets it aside basically on request, or they'll have a designated location for you to get it. I don't see it as banning it. It doesn't say it.
Oh, it does ban it.
Yeah, what I'm seeing here is M has plastics. If I'm too close, you guys tell me. Plastic straws and plastic cutlery is the way it's written, but I believe the way we had it was that and maybe Mayor Cromer, you can tell us where you're seeing that section, because I
Just looking at
believe
the title of the chapter, that's all I'm looking at.
Oh, the way we had it written was that it was exempted from a ban, and so that it would be instead by request only. And I just, if I'm gonna sit to the side and I will come back to this so I can pull it up in my files here.
And that, I guess that would make sense, right? And I think it would go along with the results of the study where it, feedback that you got was in support of by request only versus banning altogether for those same products. And so this may just be a clarification point for me, but under the definitions where it says disposable food service ware, including but not limited to bowls, containers, clamshell containers, carton cups, cutlery, napkins, plates, straws, stirs, trays, and other items. And then you have another definition for expanded polyester from foam, EPF. And then next page, regulations, B specifically, no business establishment conducting business within city limits may provide plastic carryout bags or EPF disposable food service ware to its customers. And so I'm not sure if that's including the straws and everything that's listed in the disposable food service ware. And then C says business establishments within the city of Beaufort shall only provide, distribute, or deliver plastic straws and plastic cutlery for prepared food upon the request of affirmative response of a customer or person being provided. And I guess my question would be, what do we do in the case of a fast food restaurant where I'm going through a drive-through, you hand me my cup and I don't get a straw because I didn't know to request it, and there's not a self-service there at the window where I can grab one. So now I got to come in and get a straw, or I got to just deal with not having a straw. So for that reason, I think that this needs to be manipulated just a little bit for the scenario in which you're going through a drive-through and not inside. Maybe this needs to apply for sit-down restaurants where you can request it or you can get up to the counter and grab it, but not for drive-throughs. So do you guys have a thought on that?
Yes, so looking north to us, the city of Charleston, town of Mount Pleasant, where straws are regulated, particularly in the city of Charleston, your fast food drive-throughs are not exempted in those ordinances. And I think the way it manifests, and granted, this is potentially, best case scenario, is that staff at those windows are asking their customers, would you like a straw as a part of the ordering process? So that you have an opportunity to provide an affirmative response. And similarly, sit-down restaurants can treat it the same exact way.
Okay, I was gonna echo your concerns too about the straws and the cutlery. I mean, that's one of my concerns.
Yeah.
I'm good with the foam. I'm good with everything else. The straws and the cutlery, I'd like to see it exempt. And you may want to throw a plastic bag over my head when I
We
say this,
We will.
but I want to make a motion to exempt the straws and cutlery.
Are you making a motion right
Completely.
now
I'm making a motion right now
for that one thing?
to exempt cutlery and straws, and please don't put a plastic bag over my head.
Well, actually, you don't have to because it's already in there.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what he's wanting.
yes, I want it completely removed from this.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there
Hold
a
on.
second?
Hold on, I guess my question would be, do we need to? Because it's already in the exemptions as M, that exact same way.
Or you don't even have to request it, they give it to you anyway.
It says this chapter shall not apply to plastic straws and plastic cutlery. So until that's addressed, I don't know that you have to make a motion to amend adding it as an exemption because it's in there. Now, the question becomes, do we keep it in there or do you guys change that to be upon request? And then now it gets back to, does that apply to drive-throughs?
Well, what
Correct.
I'm making the motion for is to completely remove the mention of straws and cutlery from this.
Oh, you're saying mention it all to,
Yeah, just completely
He wants
remove it.
completely.
oh,
I want it completely removed, no mention of it.
We have a motion. We don't have a second.
Everything
to
else,
that.
I'm good. No
I'm sorry,
second.
I don't understand the motion.
I want to have cutlery and straws removed completely from the ordinance.
Meaning they give them out without,
Yes,
We have a second to that motion. Hearing none, the motion fails.
okay, I guess I have to get me a sippy cup.
And to answer your question, Councilman Scaletti, so the intent is that straws and cutlery would be a by request only regulation. And I think the exemption here is an unintentional inclusion and it shouldn't be in there. And I appreciate that you caught that very important detail. So we can make that change on our end as well.
Juliana, what, can you reference that?
You have to strike, subparagraph M from section 6,004.
yeah. And I don't know that I would be in support of striking it altogether if that would mean that even in the case of a fast food restaurant, you have to request, because I don't know, maybe that is how Charleston operates. And I'm not sure what the feedback has been. But I'm hesitant because I don't know that that's going to be something that's actually passed along through the employees. I mean, hope maybe it is, but it would be or could be a pretty big deal for somebody if, they don't get a straw or they don't get silverware and they can't eat their food. And they didn't know that they had to request it. So it's one of those education points that I think are probably going to be hard. And you wouldn't have to exempt everybody from it. But if you exempted just your fast food, then it would mean that for everybody that's going in to sit down, then they're going to have to request to get a straw or they're going to have to get up and go and get it. I don't know what that does to the integrity of your ordinance. I wouldn't want to gut it by any means, but that's my hesitation.
I was involved with this 8 years ago. We had the same issue. One of the saving graces is the 8-month implementation period. You have 8 months to spend. So there's a period in which you can get training, there's a period in which you can provide education and keep that process over this. So it's not just over 8. So there is a transition period. I also want to address, there was some discussion about not making educational institutions, nonprofits exempt. Let's say, for instance, we adopt that and we do not make educational institutions. accounted for or does, or the county does. We have Beaufort County School District. That would be really tough for them to implement even different situations for the school closures, bond ordinances. That may place an undue burden on. I'm saying you should. That's one thing. And I think we probably need to watch the county closely. Where is the county in terms of the reading of this ordinance?
So our Natural Resources Committee will hear the amendments for the first time at their April 6th meeting. So that's coming up in just a few weeks. And then it will go to County Council for first reading in May is the plan.
God, do we know what other municipalities have done, or are we first out the
We're the
chute on this?
first, right?
My knowledge, we were the first. So
Well, that's good.
Recommendation, whatever that you choose to adopt tonight. We do that, and then we don't have to bring this back to you next month or second. We can sit and we can wait and we can watch and we can learn what other municipalities and what the county is doing. And then when we are ready for our second reading, we are more likely to be able to be in harmony with our neighbors.
Well, I'm hoping that, being that we're first, maybe they'll be more in harmony with us.
Is there, and I know that this probably stalls, and I don't mean to do that, but we have the Soloco, and I know that we've seen this at the Soloco level, but I don't know that we saw this ordinance draft, right? And so in the event that, because really this does need to be something that is coordinated a little bit better than everybody hoping that we pass something that's remotely similar, especially when you have a school district that encompasses multiple municipalities and the unincorporated area. We all really do need to be on the same page with this. Is there the opportunity, of course there is, for this language specifically to go through Soloco and to each municipality, and then we kind of all get on the same page before passing it? Would that be a better route?
I have a comment on, regarding what Scaletti just said, is that, maybe, what happens in the end is, whatever the majority is, that's what we do. I think do we have an odd number? And let's see, no, we have an even number, don't we? Maybe it'll solve itself. And I would say that, you know, if three of the four, hopefully it won't be even. And then whoever is out of sync will just fold in.
I would say you propose to make the amendments that you want to make to it tonight because you're first, and that information you can take forward to the committee meeting of county council, and see where it goes. Again, we don't have to have a second meeting next month.
Right.
And I do think with the way the schedule for the county is currently situated, that we do have space. We have time kind of built in where we could take it to the Soloco and make sure that it's circulated there. We have shared it at the staff level, but not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean that our elected leaders have seen it.
Yeah.
So it would be
That's
probably,
obviously where you're gonna have the amendments that may disjoint the thing.
Okay,
yeah, 'cause
Bob,
they wouldn't vote on it until July or August, right? Because you have to have 3 readings and after the
On
committee.
our current schedule, they would have their third reading if there's no delays on June 8th.
June 8th, okay.
yeah, I do intend to vote for this, but I also intend to bring up the exemptions at the next, second reading, because I do feel straws. I hate those paper straws. They fall apart when
You can
you're
ask,
using them.
you know, you can ask for them.
What's that?
You can ask for
Well, I know,
straws.
but if they forget to give it to you.
Not if you ask them.
I'm a glass, Neil.
And there are examples of places already doing this. Chicken Salad Chick has a self-service area for your utensils and your straws. So that's an example of how this can exist in some of these places as well. Just throwing that out there, that some places are naturally doing this.
Okay.
And that would be the ideal thing, right? Is that you can incentivize it enough for everybody just to get on board and you don't have to use the stick approach to get us there. So
Are we good with it the way it is? This is first reading, you know, we can always come back and make changes.
I wouldn't vote on this current language second reading. So if the intent was to pass this and then to get it to Soloco or to have some kind of a collaborative review to where we can get on the same page, I would give it a first reading so that we can get to that level. and then see what comes back at second reading, but I wouldn't pass this language if this were before us in second reading the way that it is.
Well, to that end, we can wait because as Scott mentioned, we don't have to have second reading right away.
Yeah.
No, we don't, but I recommend if you do feel strongly about an amendment you'd like to make this, I would make it on first reading,
Yeah.
so that it's recorded for their feedback.
Well, it sounds like my concern you guys already addressed. For some reason, it's not that way here, but it sounds like you guys have already addressed that. Know about any others?
I gave you my concern. Ms. Howard was gonna hit me with a stick too when she hears I said that.
All right, so is there any amendment that you want to bring forward tonight? Before we have,
Mine failed, so
yes, yours failed. We're going to vote on this if I don't have an amendment.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to amend exemption M to read plastic straws and plastic cutlery, i.e. forks, spoons, and knives upon request only.
Adding the language upon request only.
Where's that? Josh?
yeah, M, item M.
Okay, unrequited. Okay, yeah, I'll go with that. All right, we have an amendment.
I'm
to the Ordinance, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any more discussion on it? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, now going back to the ordinance as amended, all in favor of this ordinance signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes, we're number one.
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all.
I agree with you on the schools. I think we should remove.
Okay, next we have an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a purchase and sale agreement between the city of Beaufort, South Carolina and Clarendon Farms LLC for the sale of approximately 31.79 acres located at 90 Spork Road, tax parcel R12002000002690000 and other matters related thereto. This is first reading. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay. Have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I'll let Scott go ahead and introduce it.
As soon as Scott finds it on his iPad, he'll be right with
Okay.
you. Okay. Mayor and council, this is an ordinance to convey property in the Commerce Park at 90 Shork Road consisting of 6 different sections. The size is approximately 31.79 acres. The purchaser would be Clarendon Farms LLC. The city has negotiated a purchase and sale agreement with Clarendon Farms. And the property includes the land and any associated development rights or entitles that are attached to the parcel. The purchase price, according to the purchase agreement, is $2,271,600 payable in full at closing. The earnest money involved is a $65,000 deposit, which is held in escrow and credited toward the purchase price at closing. There is a due diligence period in the agreement that provides the purchaser with a 45-day inspection period to perform due diligence activities such as environmental review, surveys, engineering analysis, and title review. The purchaser may terminate the agreement during this period for any reason and receive a refund of the earnest money. The purchaser may also extend the inspection period for up to an additional 15 days if needed. Closing is scheduled 15 days after the inspection period expires, unless otherwise extended to resolve title matters or other conditions. The city will convey the property by limited warranty deed, subject to standard permitted exceptions and title conditions. As a condition of closing, the purchaser will grant a temporary license to the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation, allowing the use of a portion of the property as a borrow pit to obtain fill materials for development activities within the Beaufort Commerce Park. The key elements of this license agreement are: the term is up to 36 months. The purpose is to excavate soil materials associated with Commerce Park development. And the restoration component is that the borrow pit must be restored in accordance with the environmental and regulatory requirements at the end of the period. If the purchaser defaults, the city's remedy is to retain the $65,000 earnest money as liquidated damages If the city defaults, the purchaser may either terminate the agreement and recover the earnest money or seek specific performance. In summary, the agreement provides for the sale of surplus city property for $2.27 million, subject to customary due diligence and closing conditions. The transaction also supports economic development activities by allowing temporary borrow pit use of a portion of the property to support development at the Beaufort Commerce Park. Any questions?
Any questions from council?
We also have John O'Toole and Kelly Brunson from the Beaufort County Economic Development Board with us tonight.
Any comments or questions?
I do, but I don't have to start.
Well, you're it.
All right, admit. So this one's tough for me because I know that there is a very important part of what we try to accomplish in preservation of property and identifying where property needs to and can be preserved. In this specific case, we have 31 acres in a commerce park, and while we have, I guess, a little over 60 acres that we could still use after this is sold, this property has been set aside and identified in all of our previous planning documents to be industrial property. And we've invested millions of dollars from the city, the county who owned it before us, to prepare this property to be used for industrial purposes. I feel like in identifying, diversifying our economy as a priority, we've also, and I say we, councils before us, 30 years before us, approved residential plans for these large developments to bring housing inventory here. And why would you do that if you weren't serious about diversifying the economy and bringing higher paying jobs? So in this case, I feel like we've kind of contradict what the identified goals have been, especially for the Commerce Park here. And on the surface, it looks like it's for $2.2 million. And okay, if they're willing to pay twice what the property is worth, I would question what happens to the property next. Does it become agricultural property and bring in almost nothing as far as a tax base goes? But I remember in our previous work session, in Mr. O'Toole's slide, I'm not sure if he's still here, there was a $1 million kickback to the EDC included in that $2.2 million purchase. So essentially it would be a $2.2 million purchase, $1 million back to EDC, 1.2 to the city, and then $600,000 borrowing pit to EDC. So I didn't see any mention of that $1 million in here, but I may have missed it.
I think in our line of work, we should stay away from the word kickback on the lighter side. But that's not what's intended here. As you recall, when it became budget time last year, I believe, Councilman, you had mentioned that you thought we shouldn't be in economic development. And at that time, I briefed you. Now, let me wind it back. Last spring, I received a call while I was on a mission to attract companies to Beaufort County. And I was contacted by this purchaser. And I said, the city bought this land to generate tax revenue. And so I don't think I can just sell you the land. I said, but here, let me explain this to you. And I know I've explained it to this entire council, that we have a little bit of a predicament in the Commerce Park, in that we've had 6 developers teed up, and some of them have even been approved by this council in concept. It hasn't moved through the approval process. We now have a 6th developer teed up to build a spec building, and we haven't seen one since Magnus did the building maybe 5 years ago, with land costs, or land issues in your Commerce Park. You put a shovel in the ground, even though you're 33 feet above sea level, with hydrostatic, water pressure, you're into water pretty quick. And people are having trouble building a building in the Commerce Park. So I explained to the purchaser, I can bring this to the council, because I know there is a desire to generate revenues for other important projects in the city. And all we can do, myself and my staff, is tee up what we think are good projects. And the decision is yours whether to bring them. And we have several more in the queue. But in this case, there is a side agreement that says $1 million would be set aside as an incentive to get the next spec building out of the ground. So it's money that, your council had pressed me to get updated valuations on the land. So you're getting value for your 5 acres. And there was an email circulated that these are prize lots in the Commerce Park. Well, let me just explain to you what we are seeing. Lot A is about 25%, 20% covered by water. Lot A has 22 precluded uses due to the AQ zone, not the best lot. Lot C has 21 preclusions by the AQ zones, uses that cannot work on that site. Lot E and Lot F also have 21 preclusions, and we have a spreadsheet that we get updated by the Marine Corps so that we have projects come in. We're not doing anything that would be upsetting to the Marine Corps Air Station's mission. Let me move down the line. So F has 21 preclusions. H has only 1. And J is 50% covered by wetlands. So they're not, as somebody had suggested, the best lots in the world. But the key is that you have an asset. And now how do you think of this as your own asset, instead of, what you may get mired in. But if somebody offered you the value, almost 4 times what you paid for the land, and it measures up to today's appraisals, would you take it? Ask yourself that. If somebody's going to give you $1 million to move a stalled property along on another parcel, would you take $1 million to get this 72,000 square feet constructed? And we'll inform you later on that we just got that letter of intent from a Bluffton developer. This is the 6th developer we've tried to get moving in the Commerce Park over the last 5 years. There's some talk about my drift and about the focus of the Economic Development Court. Now, the former mayor who quit was the chairman of the Economic Development Court when they put their bylaws together. And these are the intended uses that the Economic Development Court was supposed to attract. Not all of them you would like to see in your community, but let me read through them. Healthcare and biomedical supplies, lab and software and IT, retail, tourism, culture and entertainment, back office, industrial machinery, research, light manufacturing and assembly, logistics and distribution. So in short, the person who put out this missive to many of us is saying that we've drifted, but he was actually the chairman when these bylaws were approved. Now, we have not, we do believe that we have to address the 2-legged stool in Beaufort County and diversify it. And then the other thought is, what about jobs? And as I presented to you, I believe it was last week, in the last 5 years, jobs, the compensation on the jobs we've worked on have gone up 90%. So we're answering the call there. Let me just see. The previous administrations carved out 20 acres for a burning facility that consumes 20 acres in the middle of the park. I think you could think of this as your own real estate. Again, you're getting 4 times what you paid for it, market value. You're getting $1 million donation that's going to put another piece of taxable property on your rolls, and it's going to create jobs. And lastly, the borrow pit. The borrow pit, by estimations of our engineers, is worth $600,000. Now, it may cost us some portion of that to get the material out. But that's also going to help with stall buildings in the Commerce Park, because oftentimes we have to excavate the wrong materials and get the right materials in. So parcel H and F are great pieces of property in terms of geotechnical, and we're going to be able to get the benefit out of it. So fair market value, $1 million donation, 600,000 of materials that are going to help development in your Commerce Park. And, you know, with the $1 million, we could use that for the spec building. Those funds can only be used for the benefit of the city of Beaufort. So I'm sorry if I came out a little large there, but I know these questions have been raised, and I hope that answers it. Thank you.
So I guess my feedback to that would be a couple of things. One, I'm not going to rehash some of the concerns from last year, but I don't ever remember saying that we shouldn't be involved in economic development. But that was mostly addressing an email that was received from the prior mayor. But really, my question was, I didn't see any mention of the $1 million back to the EDC in this report. And I think that that's important because it's not that the city's getting a donation of $1 million. If the city was receiving $2.2 million, then it would be as it states here. I would have concerns then with the $600,000 borrow pit, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But there was no mention of $1 million from the 2.2 going back to the BCEDC. And that was my question. Why? Why wasn't there any clarification or mention of that in this report? Because I would think that the public would want to know that.
Before, and I can remind you the night I introduced this deal to you, because it was the night that the budget vote came down 3-2. So if you check the minutes, and then we briefed you outside of the public eye on this deal, explaining that there would be that $1 million contribution and how it would be used. And we got your permission to proceed, and here we are tonight. In the budget, in the agenda submittal that we sent to the administration, there is an agreement in there. If the agreement is not satisfactory to you, if you don't want to earmark it for the spec building, that would be your prerogative. I will tell you that we forwarded a draft of a spec building developer to you, to the administration yesterday, soon after we received it. So a lot of things are coming together. We operate at your pleasure, and if we're out of step, just let us know what the council intends us to do, and we'll follow it. I'm not trying to push this deal down your throat at all. If it doesn't sit well with you, I would decline it. If you want to modify it, we can do that as well. Thank you.
Just one quick.
I was just going to say, even the conversations that are had with council in private, at some point, those details need to be addressed publicly. And I would think that as we're talking about this contract, that part of the deal would also be included in the details of this report. But I will.
It was submitted, I can assure you that.
I will move forward to, well, it's not in here. I will move forward to the $600,000 borrow pit. My concern is that the deal is not between the city and the purchaser. It is between the EDC and Claritin for 3 years. And you guys could cancel that agreement just with a 30-day notice. So for me as a representative of the city, that's part of the benefit of this deal is a $600,000 borrow pit that the soil will be mined and used in the Commerce Park. I think there's a parcel in there that the county owns. I could be mistaken on that, but I think there's a parcel in there they own, and I would want some clarification on where the soil was going to be used. But at any rate, I think that the deal should be between the city and Claritin. This way, we're not subjected to EDC canceling that and then it no longer being an option for us.
If, again, any of those details could be modified, We have operated for over 8 years in good faith as your agent. But if your counsel or your counsel, spelled either way, wants to modify that, that can be done.
Any other comments, Councilman Mitchell?
Oh, I was just curious, is the buyer or the city responsible for restoring the borrow pit after use?
The Economic Development Corp would be responsible for restoring it. We have to be very careful not to create a bird sanctuary so close to the Marine Corps Air Station. So everything we do over there will be reviewed by your planning group as well as the Marine Corps.
How much does it cost to restore it?
We don't have that price today.
I mean, if it's 600,000 we get out of it, is it costing 400,000 or 200, approximately to restore it?
To restore it, we don't know because to a great extent, we're hoping the material out of the development site will provide some of that, but not all that engineering's done today. We would expect, as we have done over 8 years, to use county site and job funds to execute the portions of the plan that would include permitting, removing the material, and then restoring the site.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Thank you for all the hard work getting this deal together. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
For me, I'm in favor of this. I'm going to vote for it because we've spent over $3 million in acquisition of this property and also investments going into the park. And in the last 20, 30 years, whatever it is, we've only been able to offload small acreage sales throughout those years with limited revenue to date. So our return on investment is very, very low so far in the park. So this sale really allows us to capture some funds that we can use to repurpose either in the park or wherever else it's needed right now. And you're right, we're getting it, almost double, I guess, what we paid or what we're selling it for.
Yeah, at least 3 times.
In this, and the borrow pit material is going to be used for development and construction improvements in the park. So I don't see really a downside on this.
Well, I guess the
Yeah.
downside, so, and this is just, trying to think it through a little bit more than just tonight, but number one, the donation, the cash donation back to EDC for $1 million cuts into what the city's getting. So it's not like we're getting $2.2 million. We're getting $1.2 million at that rate. And then in the event that for some reason, EDC decides to cancel the agreement with the borrow pit, we no longer have that option on the table. And so now we've essentially sold the property for $1.2 million. And what? I think that we should be the ones who have the agreement for the borrow pit. And then this way, we at least have the assurance that we'll maintain that part of the deal, even in the event that, say, the county decides to dissolve the EDC. I don't know what they're going to do, right? But in the event that that happens, we lose that option to have the borrow pit or that part of the agreement because we weren't the ones, the deal wasn't made between us. It was made between EDC and Claritin. But I also think that there needs to be further details in the packet regarding the $1 million cash donation to the Economic Development Corporation.
Councilman Scalates, suppose we put in there that the property, the borrow pit will be managed by the Economic Development Corporation. Should anything happen to them, it reverts to the city. Then that's a way of doing it.
That's
That's
completely
way of-
different.
that's-
That's a
that's
way
what
to
you're
solve
saying.
that portion of the issue. The other issue is the $1 million. For me.
Well, the $1 million is, my understanding, is going to go towards
Improvements in
tracking
the
this
park.
spec building.
Right.
So it's going to the city in a different way.
Yeah.
As you recall, I briefed you and said that if the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation ceased to exist, that these funds need to be reverted back to you. Similarly, we can probably look to get some language in there that would protect the city's interest in the materials. But keep in mind, one of the benefits of us having it, us doing it would be that you have limited liability on what's happening on the site, restoring it, litigation, whatever potentially could occur. That's why we might be the best agent to do that for you. But whatever the council feels strongly to, we will represent that.
Yeah, and I don't know, Josh, that we have and I guess, Scott, you could answer this, whether the staff could take on something like that with the borrow pit and the liability with the borrow pit, that being at our responsibility instead of the EDC, we would take over the borrow pit.
It'd be avoided cost for you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of approving this ordinance for the purchase and sale agreement between Clarendon Farms and the city of Beaufort?
With the understanding of the modifications that we've talked about?
Exactly, with the understanding. Do we have to do an amendment for that?
Well, I'm asking.
Would that be appropriate?
Yes, Mayor, I think it would be appropriate if there was an amendment that was introduced that requested that upon second reading, that there would be an agreement that explicitly addresses the $1 million that Councilman Scaletti expressed concern over.
Since I'm the chair, I can't make the motion, but I would like somebody to,
And language that reverts back
yeah.
the borrow
just
pit.
yeah.
Second.
Okay, you're making that? Okay.
Motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, hearing none, back to the original question.
I made a,
He made the amended.
Josh made
I
it.
can't make the motion.
I think Councilman Scaletti made the motion. Is that correct?
Second. He made the motion and, no, Mitch did the
Councilman Mitchell
second.
seconded.
Okay, now back to the original vote on the amended ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a purchase and sale agreement between City of Beaufort and Clarendon Farms for the sale of this 31.79 acres. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes.
I seconded the amendment that Josh made.
Amendment. Yeah.
That's what I seconded. But he seconded when Josh did the original motion. Mitch did.
Okay, moving on. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaufort, South Carolina, prioritizing transportation projects for submittal to Beaufort County's Transportation Advisory Committee in consideration of a 2026 transportation sales tax referendum. Do I have a motion to?
Motion to approve.
second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Eric, you want to brief us?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Beaufort County, as you're well aware, has established a Transportation Advisory Committee to develop a list of transportation projects to be placed on a proposed 2026 transportation sales tax referendum to be considered by the voters in November. As a part of this process, the TAC is conducting outreach meetings with municipalities and has requested each provide priority transportation projects within the categories of widening, safety and intersection improvements, and resurfacing or dirt road paving projects. The City of Beaufort will present our projects next week on March 18th at 1 p.m. The proposed resolution establishes the city's priority project list, which reflects projects discussed during the January 29th and 30th City Council retreat, as well as projects included in LAT's long-range transportation plan, as well as the Transportation Improvement Program, the TIP. Adoption of this resolution formally establishes the city's transportation priorities and authorizes their submission to the TAC for consideration as a part of the 2026 sales tax program. So with that, I'll kind of run through these projects. And again, stop me if you have any questions on any of these particular projects. But most of these you're going to see were originally from the City Council retreat. Rebo Road corridor improvements, implementation of comprehensive corridor improvements, including undergrounding of utilities, pedestrian safety enhancements, upgraded crosswalks, lighting improvements, intersection upgrades, and streetscape enhancements. The next one is Boundary Street Bypass. This is develop a corridor roadway at a point south of Boundary and US 170 to essentially connect Robert Smalls Parkway to Rebo Road at some location. Again, looking at the county's eligibility, this total project wouldn't be eligible for consideration under the sales tax because they are not considering new roadways with the particular sales tax. However, that does not preclude that we couldn't improve intersections on either side of the corridor for that future connection at some point in the future. Salem Road improvements, construction of sidewalks, pedestrian connectivity improvements, and streetscape enhancements to improve multimodal safety and accessibility along that roadway. Citywide lighting improvements, replacement of aging and obsolete lighting infrastructure, and expansion of lighting in key corridors and downtown areas to improve safety and visibility. Now I'll go into a few intersection and traffic signal and intersection improvements. Installation of a traffic signal at Salem Road and Robert Smalls Parkway or nearby intersection. Again, the caveat to that one is we have the crossing where the Spanish Moss Trail crosses with the Hawk signal. So Salem Road is too close to that particular intersection. So geometrically, we'd have to do some kind of rework to be able to put a signal at Salem.
How about right at where Vaden is, which goes into Salem? There's a road that goes into Salem right there at Vaden. That would
Yes.
work. It's far enough.
That's right. Yeah. If you were to go to that particular intersection, that has enough spacing between the Hawk signal as well as Burton Hill. So you're absolutely right. Evaluation and installation of geometric improvements at the intersection of Paris Island Gateway, Robert Smalls Parkway. That's a skewed intersection. LATS is currently studying that for improvements as we speak. Evaluation and potential installation of a dedicated left turn signal at Burton Hill and Robert Smalls Parkway. Good news on that one is SCDOT has committed to doing the data collection on traffic volumes. And if it is warranted, then they will implement that left turn signal at that particular intersection at their cost. Reconstruction of the existing traffic signal at Sea Island Parkway and Chowan Creek. This is a distant island signal, just an older signal, hasn't really been touched from an infrastructure perspective for more than 20 years, so it needs a total reconstruction. And evaluation implementation of geometrical improvements at the intersection of Ladies Island Drive and Island Causeway / Meridian Road. So that's the offset intersection over there going into Cat Island. Again, a lot of safety concerns just with the speed on that roadway, as well as the offset intersection. Next project is the third bridge connection. So again, similar to the Boundary Bypass, this would not necessarily be eligible with the county's proposed sales tax just because it would be a new road. So just something to keep in mind as we're considering projects moving forward. I've included citywide resurfacing program. The county, as they did their pavement condition rating that they just got done with, they performed that work on all the city maintained streets as well. So we'll have, once they process that information, which we should have in the next couple of months, we'll be able to have a pavement condition rating on all the city streets as well. Ladies Island corridor improvements, implementation of a comprehensive corridor improvements, including undergrounding utilities, pedestrian safety enhancements, upgraded crosswalks, lighting improvements, intersection upgrades, and streetscape enhancements. This again is part of a LAT study that's currently under their purview right now. And the last one that I have on the list is the SC 170 multi-use path, East Coast Greenway. Again, I don't believe that this one's going to be eligible for consideration of the sales tax as well. because I think they've excluded any specific trail or sidewalk projects that are just trail or sidewalk projects. However, Stephanie Rossi did contact me yesterday. She has an RFP out right now for a consultant to do a study on the trail project along 170, essentially from Boundary all the way over to 46. And I'll serve on, she's asked if I would serve on that selection committee. That's what I have as far as the projects. On another note, Beaufort County Engineering Department is hosting a 170 study public meeting that's being held at Robert Smalls Leadership Academy on Thursday, March 12th from 6 to 8. So again, a lot of the corridors or intersections that we discussed tonight would be included in that corridor study. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? I've got one suggestion, if we could, on numbers 4 and 5, when you're talking about citywide lighting improvements and the traffic signal additions and intersection improvements, if we could take into consideration what Mr. Trask said earlier about the pedestrian crosswalks.
Certainly.
At least looking at some of those, because that is an issue. And they're within the city, I can tell you on Bay Street, Carteret Street, they're not well identified.
Boundary near USCB,
need
the
to-
student dorms, they need to be.
And I don't know if DOT wants to allow that, but we need to look at it.
Absolutely. Well, on Boundary Street, we can definitely add the locations that Mr. Trask had indicated earlier and include that in our list of projects.
I think it helps with the safety and all that, and goes along with these priorities that they're talking about on this.
Certainly.
You may be able to just as simply point back to the low cog safety action plan, because they've identified every intersection on Carteret, and then they identified Church, Charles, and Bladen on Boundary Street as crossings that need to be safer. And so
Yeah,
they've already been working on that. Maybe we can just include language, that
incorporates
that safety action plan. Yeah.
Definitely.
And I mean, we've all probably been talking to people about this referendum and the fact that it's going to be on the ballot in some way, obviously not advocating for or against it in our official capacity, but trying to just educate people that it's coming down the pipe. And the sentiment that I know I'm receiving is that there's still a lack of trust. And so I think everything that we have identified here and in our strategic planning session are certainly priorities regarding transportation and things that we need to look to resolve. And we won't be able to get them all in this shot. You look at the meetings, I mean, the county brought 28 projects or so. Bluffton was heavy hitting on some of their projects. Hilton had the same. So, we can all bring these things to the table, but the reality is we're limited in what we can do because of the language that was passed, but then the funding is going to be limited too. So we're not going to be able to get all of these. But I think it's going to be important for our representatives on this committee to advocate for something that gives us the ability to tackle some low-hanging fruit, that gives us the ability to make some progress in regards to safer transportation, and also regain that trust that was potentially lost in the previous referendum. So, but these are all good. Let me ask you this one question, because this is your background. So is there a big difference in intelligent intersections and timed intersections? My understanding, surface level, is essentially one is timed to change at certain, intervals, but another reacts in real time to the traffic as it's happening, right?
Correct.
And I think just by nature of being stuck at many red lights that we have timed intersections. I'm more of a proponent of, I say this cautiously, traffic circles myself, just because of the data that goes along with it. But I also understand the sensitivity of our environment and the fact they have to be well designed and well placed. And it doesn't make much sense to have one if all you're doing is exiting into a red light and getting stopped. So if traffic lights are going to be the foreseeable thing for us here, regionally, is there value in some push for intelligent intersections versus timed intersections?
Certainly, yeah, that was, during my time at the county, that was, Hilton Head had implemented their adaptive traffic control system on the island. We were working to, implement that up to 78 as well. We can implement that essentially throughout Beaufort County. I know that Beaufort County is working on an ITS, so Intelligent Transportation System overall plan, which is more than just the intelligent signals. It's the dynamic message boards, it's additional detection to be able to improve traffic flow and safety at all the signalized intersections. So completely agree that ITS is really a big part of this. I do think that because most of the roadways within, or all the signalized roadways within the city are on the SCDOT network and within Beaufort County, that those items would be included with the overall ITS master plan that the county is working on, but we can certainly point that out here.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it would be better for us to, instead of each identifying our own intersections in our own communities that need to be improved, if we just had some collective effort to have a master plan of.
Absolutely. I think, so there's two things. There's the geometrics, which is some of what we're talking about on some of these intersections, but then there's also the intelligent transportation system. So it's both. It's really both that could be implemented.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. I don't know if we need to amend anything. I think what we recommended, it can just be put in. I don't think we need to change anything major. It all fits in the same category.
I can update that. I can update the, what we discussed tonight if you all are good with that.
I think that'd be good. And I don't think we need an amendment to do that. We can just go ahead and vote this thing in.
Yeah, because I mean, we're identifying these as priorities, but again, we're gonna have to deal with the fact that
You have
not
to
all.
pick your top three, I guess, and we might even be lucky to get one.
Yeah, exactly.
If-
So,
if-
but I think no matter what, these are priorities for us, so we don't need to amend it because we know they're priorities. How we get to the finish line on them will be different, but.
I think the other question is just how long is this tax going to be? So that hasn't been decided yet by the Transportation Advisory Committee. You know, is it a 4-year tax? Is it a 7-year tax? Is it a 10-year tax? So that's going to play into how many projects can get done. But to your point as well, we have to be successful in these projects so that, you know, again, we don't lose that trust and we can continue on additional sales tax referendums.
And I know our representative is going to be out of town on vacation, I think, during that time when that meeting is on the 18th.
The 18th.
Are
yes,
you
sir.
going to be at that meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Call for the vote.
What's that?
Call for the vote.
Yeah, I'm going to call for a vote on this. All in favor of the resolution to prioritize, or which we've already prioritized, our transportation projects for submittal to the Tax Advisory Committee. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. I guess you better stay there, Eric. You got another one here. Have an authorization to allow the city manager to enter into a contractual agreement for the Pigeon Point Drainage Study Project.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Mayor, members of council, City of Beaufort issued RFQ 2026-105 on September 25th, 2025, seeking qualified engineering firms to conduct a comprehensive drainage study of the Pigeon Point neighborhood and develop a capital improvement strategy to address reoccurring stormwater ponding and drainage issues in the area. This study will include field investigation of the existing drainage system, modeling of current and future conditions, evaluation of potential drainage improvements, and development of mapping to support implementation and planning. 6 firms submitted qualifications, which were evaluated by a selection committee consisting of city staff, including Brian Ranger, interim director of capital projects, Nate Farrow, director of public works, and Brian Bauer, Beaufort County director of engineering. Davis and Floyd received the highest evaluation score, and the firm submitted a fee proposal of $168,000, which is under the projected budget of $216,000. The project's funded through a FEMA BRIC grant with the remaining provided through city stormwater bond funds. City staff recommends approval of the award of the contract to Davis and Floyd to complete the Pigeon Point drainage study and support development of a long-term drainage improvement for the neighborhood. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Eric?
So with the grant being 162,000 and the quote being 168,000, the city doesn't have to come out of pocket for the remainder, right?
That's my understanding, yes, that the total project is 168, the FEMA BRIC grant was 162, so the difference of 6,000. And Alan can probably better cover that. Leave that to the financial folks.
For the budget ordinance.
He's up next anyway. So.
It's real loud about there. So the grant is a 75-25% match, so.
Sorry, what was it?
The FEMA grant is a 75-25% match, so, of the overall project costs, FEMA will be, 75% of funds for that, and then the city cost will be 25%.
Okay.
So it comes in.
We would be 42,000, not the 54 here, but the grant couldn't cover
Grant could cover the rest.
only so much.
Yeah, only. I'll share.
This was a BRIC grant?
BRIC grant, yeah, it's the one, if you may remember, we thought that it was taken away from us, and then we found out it was actually recommitted back to us as well.
I'm gonna vote in favor of this because I think it's prudent for us since we have the grant funding that's gonna cover 75% of it. Obviously, my concerns are one, tackling more projects in addition to what we have. And I know this is just a study, but still, we have a full plate right now. We have the waterfront park in front of us. I think that should be our priority. And I know that we've said that, and it is. But I think it'd be prudent to utilize the grant funding that we've been awarded here. So that's why I'm going to support it. I will also just say, though, my concern is that some of the same people that we're awarding these contracts to, I don't want them to lose focus on the waterfront park by moving forward on engineering studies for the Pigeon Point, and I don't want them to get diverted from that, right? I mean, we have O'Quinn coming up in the next one, and this one, they're both working on the waterfront park for us. And I think that the city, we need to be very certain that we're communicating that waterfront park is our priority.
Yep. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor of authorizing the city manager to enter into contractual agreement for the Pigeon Point Drainage Study Project, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Next is an ordinance to amend the City of Beaufort Ordinance 2025/13 regarding fiscal year 25-26. City of Beaufort budget to provide for the revenue and expenditures of Parks and Tourism Fund and Capital Projects Fund and amend Freedom of Information Act FOIA fee schedule, first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Alan, you want to address
Yes.
that?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The city sustained significant damage to the downtown Marina Day dock facilities during Hurricane Helene, resulting in the need for reconstruction and resilience improvements. The city has identified Parks and Tourism Fund as an appropriate interim funding source for the Day Dock project until such time as FEMA funds are obligated and received for the project. And upon obligation of FEMA funds, the city intends to reimburse the Parks and Tourism Funds for all eligible project expenditures. The city did receive about $43,000 in insurance proceeds related to this damage. And the overall project cost is $286,125, which consists of $21,125 for engineering costs and $265,000 for construction costs, which includes a 10% contingency. And also with this budget ordinance, also we are revising our FOIA fee schedule to ensure consistency, transparency, and cost recovery, including the adoption of a $20 flat hourly rate for time spent fulfilling FOIA requests. You'll see in your packet, we have kind of a red line version of what changed from our original fee schedule with what our recommended changes are. Happy answering questions you may have.
Any questions for Alan?
The only question I have is in regards to the $43,518 from the insurance proceeds. I was trying to total it up here. I've got $241,950 for the project cost. $24,195 for the 10% contingency, $21,125 for the engineering cost. That totals the 287,270, which I guess is reflective of the 286 project budget. But then if I subtract 43,518, which was the insurance proceeds, it would bring that number down to 243,752. So I just didn't know what happened to the insurance proceeds.
Yeah, the insurance proceeds were actually received in last fiscal year, but they were in the Parks and Tourism Fund, so they're kind of coming out of fund balance for that.
And we get full reimbursement from FEMA or?
Yeah, that's our plan. Right now FEMA's in they're in a shutdown, stage with the Department of Homeland Security. So we're kind of haven't quite got the final obligated, approval yet, but hopefully that'll come in soon.
Here's one more question for you, Alan, now that I'm thinking about this. So we were gonna get this done by April 30th so that we weren't in the water for manatee season, right? Which is a requirement for FEMA.
Right.
If we are funding this through Parks and Tourism and just reimbursing with FEMA money once we get it, are we still bound by the criteria spelled out since we intend to use FEMA money?
Yeah,
Okay,
we
so
still
have to
intend to
keep that.
get FEMA money for this project, and plus also we'll get some FEMA money for the other docks as well.
Got it.
The A dock and D dock, those are future projects. After the manatee season, we'll try to tackle that project later on.
Now, if we don't want
Yeah.
to take the FEMA money, we don't.
Yeah, we don't want to risk that FEMA money. We got a good bit of money for the cost plus some improvements to resiliency as well. So we want to make sure that we don't lose that funding source.
Okay, any other questions for Alan? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of an ordinance to amend the City of Beaufort ordinance regarding these physical changes? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is an authorization to allow the city manager to enter into a contractual agreement for the Marina Day Dock project.
Motion to approve.
Okay, got a second?
Second.
Okay.
Mitch, all right.
Okay.
Alan?
On February 19th, the city solicited a request for proposals for the Marina Dinky Dock replacement. The city received 2 bid submissions by the deadline of March 3rd. The 2 bids were O'Quinn Marine Construction for $241,950 and IPW Construction Group with $441,972. The bid submissions were submitted to McSweeney Engineer for review. Mr. Barna responded with a recommendation for O'Quinn Marine Construction as the lowest, most responsible bidder for this project. And due to the FEMA environmental conditions, the in-water work for this project must be completed by May 1st to not impact the manatee migration season. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of authorization to allow the city manager to enter a contractual agreement for the Marina Day Dock project, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, next is authorization to allow the city manager to enter a contractual agreement for Now We Know program. I have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a second.
Okay.
Alan?
The city was invited to be the subject of a television education documentary series on CNBC called Now We Know. And back in November, our city manager and Mr. Barnes, the executive producer, discussed the show to council during a work session. In January, ATAX application was submitted by Rob Wells on behalf of Visit Beaufort for funding for the television program. And on March 4th, Rob Wells presented the project to our Tourism Development Advisory Committee. And the cost of the project is $24,500. This is coming from the remaining balance of fiscal year 26 ATAX award budget. You may remember they carry forward an amount of $33,346. And the members of TDAC unanimously approved their recommendation to award this to Visit Beaufort. Answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor of the authorization to allow the city manager to enter a contractual agreement for this Now We Know program, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, I'm gonna have to turn it over to the mayor pro tem because I think my wife is one of the people. I guess I have to recuse myself. I need to leave the building, right?
Council, we are at a point of reappointments for our boards and commissions for the Cultural Arts District. And we have two designated individuals, one being Libby Cohen for a 3-year term designated from the Beaufort Historic Foundation, and the second one being Amelia Amar, representing the Beaufort History Museum for a 3-year term as well. Entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any questions or otherwise? Since the mayor has totally recused himself, maybe never coming back. Amelia questioned why she was doing this for another 3 years, but lovingly accepted it. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. No nays? We're good. That brings us to public comment on non-agenda items. You can bring them back. We have some non-agenda. He has the list.
Here it is. That's it.
I think Rob is it. I'm sorry? I think, is Rob, yes, Rob is first. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Rob Cahill, 608 Water Street. 3 points real quick while people are still awake. One, at the council strategic planning session in January, I asked City Manager Scott Marshall to put an item on the placeholder list, parking lot, and that was to consider a promenade on Bay Street. No parking, no cars, pedestrians only. Since that time, I've gained more information. I'm going to take that off the list and instead put in to have a car-free pedestrian-only promenade on Port Republic. So we're going to stay in this game, and it would be envisioned. This is not a formal proposal, but just an FYI, from Carteret to Charles Street, subject to extensive merchant and civic engagement, including the new downtown advisory group. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. Okay.
One online. Trask is online.
Okay, we have someone online. Okay, Mr. Trask.
Yes, sir. Hi, Graham Trask. Just quickly, for some food for thought. You guys have now had a 4-hour meeting. I think you really need to think about how you shorten your meetings. The length is way too long. They appear to be from afar very inefficient. And I think there needs to be some thought by you guys in combination with your city manager on how to do some work between meetings so that less discussion occurs and there's potentially more alignment around what these resolutions are, rather than them having to be figured out on the dais. It's not a good use of the public's time to spend 4 hours in a meeting, and I would argue it's not a good use of your time. I also think that only having 2 public comment periods, so I've sat on the meeting for 4 hours now in order to have this public comment. And actually 2 of my points are going to relate to agenda items. But again, one, you don't get the benefit of people's input real time on resolutions, which I had some pretty good input, which you're going to hear about. And you're forcing people to wait 4 hours to provide their input on new business. Just very quickly, that's food for thought. On the noise ordinance, Josh, I think what you did and what needs to happen is you need to designate quiet hours and you need to designate non-quiet hours. The 1 and 2 would have fit very well for quiet hours, but you've changed it so it's for non-quiet hours. So in between this meeting and the next meeting, you're going to need to introduce something around quiet hours, because the amended resolution, which you guys passed, allows for noise 24/7, as up to 70 decibels, which is what you allow in the nighttime music district. So again, food for thought. I tried to catch you, but your guy would not allow me to chime in. The last thing is the Commerce Park. I applaud the city selling 30 acres for 2.2 million. I think it's the right thing to do. I would encourage you to think about the sale and then what I would call an investment in subsidizing a spec building as two separate transactions. In effect, what you have is you have a land sale for $2.2 million, which you can put in your pocket, and you have $600 worth of value in soil. Attaching some condition where you have to take a portion of the 2.2, so $1 million, and allocate it to a spec building would be like me coming in and saying, hey, I want to build my building downtown. Will you give me $1 million to build it downtown? It's the same thing. And I encourage you not to spend $1 million to give to a private investor so they will build a building, which they then go sell to investors. And the only person that makes money is the private investor that you gave $1 million to. So please, please, please separate those two transactions, if you will, and look at them individually. Sell the land, get your $2.2 million. You've make the agreement for the $600,000 for dirt. Make sure you can control it. And then I would encourage you not to invest $1 million in a spec building, but certainly keep that discussion completely separate from the sale of the land. Thank you very much. You're now eclipsed the 4-hour mark, and I appreciate you listening to me for these few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Okay, now we move to, oh, go ahead, Wallace.
Not to make the meeting any longer, Wallace Scarborough, 1207 Bay Street. Back on what Mr. Trask just said, I would also like to point out that I think Councilman McPhee had this correct, that Mr. Councilman Litzig's amendment that he wanted to put in number 2 should have been in number 2. By putting it in item number 3, you do exactly opposite of what Councilman Litzig wanted to happen. If you put it in 3, you're saying you cannot have trash pickup before 8 o'clock. If you put it in exemption number 2, then you can have trash pickup. So I think it needs to go into 2 and not 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, unless there's anyone else that needs to speak, we're going to go to reports, city manager report.
It's a good evening. I got through these as fast as I can. If you think it's warm in here, it could have been a lot worse. So thank you very much to Nate Farrow and the Public Works crews for procuring these temporary air conditioning units that we have in here that, while it kept me from hearing most of what you said, I'm not sure that's a bad thing or a good thing. It did keep us a little cooler. So thank you, Nate. Just a reminder that to stay up to date on city happenings, you're all invited to subscribe to the City Manager's Bridge Report, which is published every Monday morning, and it's able to be subscribed to by the city's website. I want to make a couple of announcements on behalf of the Beaufort History Museum as it celebrates 250 years of America's history on April 10th and 11th. On Friday, April 10th from 2 to 3 p.m. at St. Helena Branch Library, Dr. Trey Dunaway, a retired surgeon from Camden, South Carolina, and former chairman of Historic Camden, as well as former Natural Resources Director for the Camden Battlefield and Longleaf Pine Reserve, teams up with Liberty Live to present the interactive program Battle and Bones. Through archaeology and modern science, audiences of all ages will help uncover the mysteries of long-lost battlefields. On Saturday, April 11, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., come experience Family Day at the museum in the courtyard of the Beaufort Arsenal. Experience the 18th century firsthand with interactive demonstrations, battlefield simulations, live cannon fire, and the immersive film Beaufort on the Brink of Revolution. Last Friday, I was pleased to attend the Beaufort Regional Chamber of Commerce's annual State of the Community Breakfast, along with the mayor and several members of council. It was clear through presentations and associated discussions, there remain two clear challenges to growing our local economy: the need for attainable housing and the shortage of available childcare, as well as the ability of young working families to afford either or both. We were very pleased to end the week last week on a high note. On Friday afternoon, we had a brief ceremony that was held at Southside Park to rename Southside Loop to Clayton Cooler Loop in memory of a former director of the city's Public Works Department. I didn't have the privilege of knowing Mr. Cooler, but by virtue of the people who were in attendance, his influence on the city is absolutely undeniable. Colonel and Mrs. Warren Parker, his son-in-law and daughter, and other family members were joined by former State Representative Edie Rogers, former Mayor Billy Kaiserling, former City Manager Ed Duryea, as well as Mayor Cromer and other members of City Council. If I've forgotten to name anyone who attended, I assure you it's not intentional, and I offer my apologies preemptively. Next Friday, March 13th at 9:30 a.m., we hope you will join us for a second street naming ceremony. This time, we will designate the newly constructed connector road near Beaufort Executive Airport on Ladies Island as Donnie Beer Drive. This is a fitting memorialization of Mrs. Beer's contributions in her 23 years on City Council, several of which were as Mayor Pro Tem. This week, Beaufort County Engineering is hosting two public meetings to share information and answer questions about the local area transportation study funded South Carolina 170 Corridor Study. The meetings will be from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m., Wednesday, March 11th and Thursday, March 12th. The purpose of the meetings is to help county residents understand current and future conditions along the SC 170 corridor by discussing proposed improvements that enhance safety, reduce crash risk, and improve roadway network connectivity as the area grows. The meeting on Wednesday, March 11th will be at Palmetto Electric, 1 Cooperative Way, Hardeeville. And the meeting on Thursday, March 12th will be at the Robert Smalls Leadership Academy at 43 WK Alston Drive in Beaufort. You might have noticed that the stairs on the West Street Extension, which connect the West Street Extension Road to the Henry C. Chambers Waterfront Park, are in disrepair. This week, you'll see activity to replace the stairs in their entirety with a ramp, which will be constructed to match the existing pavers. The ramp will provide a safer alternative for pedestrians entering the park while being more conducive to access for emergency vehicles. We haven't talked about the social district pilot program for a while, and it's not because we've forgotten about it or that we're not planning to go through with it. We are gaining feedback on the proposed schedule before launching the program, which we still intend to do in April. In response to input received, I've asked our downtown operations staff to meet individually. Is my time up?
Yeah.
Just 30 more seconds, Mayor.
Granted.
In response to input received, I've asked our downtown operations staff to meet individually with each proprietor in the core downtown business district to receive their candid thoughts on the concept of the social district, as well as the proposed hours of activation, which are Wednesday through Saturday from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. I also want to provide a brief update on waterfront park issues to assure everyone that progress continues toward restoration, even in the absence of newsworthy events. Engineers are finalizing products for presentation to gain feedback on design alternatives in a public charrette, which we now believe will be in April. As you heard this evening, council has approved the award of a contract to restore access to the dinghy dock, which we hope to have by May 1. Staff continues to maintain contact with South Carolina's Land Water Conservation Fund on future construction funding grant opportunities. We're also working with our bond attorneys and our Parks and Tourism Revenue Bond Lending Institution for additional flexibility and the allowance of the use of bond proceeds for the benefit of Waterfront Park. There's a plethora of information available on our website related to the Waterfront Park issue through our capital projects dashboard, Waterfront Advisory Committee meeting minutes, council work session meetings, etc. The city will be putting together a web page devoted solely to all those things Waterfront Park for one-stop shopping for engineering reports, progress updates, Waterfront Advisory Committee minutes, and any other announcements related to the Waterfront Park. Before I conclude my remarks, I want to recognize our Public Information Officer, Ashley Brandon. After nearly 3 years with us, she is moving on to bigger and better opportunities. Her last day with us will be this Friday. Ashley, I want to thank you for your service to the city and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Lastly, hopefully you're already well aware, but if you're wondering who this guy is sitting to my right, that's our new Assistant City Manager, Eric Clausen, who did a great job tonight and who we're very excited about having here on Team Beaufort. If you haven't met him yet, please introduce yourself when you have the opportunity. And Mayor Pro Tem McPhee, that concludes my reports. Sorry, I ran over time. Do you have any questions?
No, I was going to give you my time.
Thank you, Scott. For the mayor's report, I'm just gonna, in the interest of time, I'm just gonna hand something to Tracy and she can just put down in the minutes that I went to a bunch of meetings. But in closing, Ashley, thank you for all you've done and appreciate it. And, you know, best wishes in your next assignment. And I'm gonna start on my right, I think, with Councilman Mitchell.
Mike's on. So I have two items and then one request. So I went by the Charles Lynn Brown Community Center this afternoon, just before the meeting. And I went there because Ed Allen called me when I was off on vacation with all the excitement of what had happened there, in that the improvements that we had dreamed of, asked for, is really coming to fruition. If you haven't been by, I encourage you to go by and take a look at the gymnasium, basketball court, the floor is in, new backboards, scoreboards, bleachers. It's kind of, for me, and I know many of us, it's a dream come true or coming true. So, yeah, take some time and stop by one day when you're in the vicinity. Secondly, the First South Carolina Volunteers of African descent team, the core team, staff, Davison, Florida, meeting on the 12th, Thursday, and to chart the way forward to getting the park to come about. So the last one is a request, and I'll read this. On February 17th, 2026, a great servant leader, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, died. Although he claimed Chicago as his home city and is laid to rest in the state of Illinois, he was born in the city of Greenville and is a native son of South Carolina. If you are so inclined, I ask that you join me in standing for 30 seconds and honoring the memory of the Reverend Jesse Jackson and his lifelong contributions to humanity. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mike?
In deference of time, everything that I was going to mention has already been mentioned, from the attendance of activities and the November. What month is this? March 12th meeting at Robert Smalls for the Highway 170 study. That's a LATS program, and our next LATS meeting is next Friday.
Okay, moving all the way to the left, Councilman Scaletti.
In the essence of time, I'm also going to pass on my report, but I just wanted to say, Ashley, you're certainly going to be missed. You've been an asset for the city, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors.
Yes, I did not exclude you intentionally.
Last but not least.
Okay, also, in the essence of time, thank you to Ashley. And thank you, Linda, for all the downtown stuff that's been going on. That's been great. Your team's done a great job. And everybody else, thank you. In the interest of time, pursuant to Title 30, Chapter 4, Section 70A2 of the South Carolina Code of Law, discussion regarding the purchase or sale of property, I make a motion, we go into executive session.
Do I have a second?
So moved.
All right, all in favor, signify by saying aye.